What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Black Man Unfiltered Network. Get your popcorn ready. Ladies, get your glass of wine together right now. Sip it, because we're about to take you on an emotional journey that you've never been on in your life. You're going to laugh, you're going to cry, you're going to be mad, you're going to be happy, you're going to agree, you're going to disagree, and that's what Black Man Unfiltered is about. We want all of you to have a voice, and this is the place where voices are heard. So thank you guys, because we're going to have the conversations that nobody else wants to have, and we're going to come to a medium, we're going to come to solutions, or we're going to agree to disagree, but you're in the right place to do it. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and I want to introduce you guys to all the shows that's on the network coming up on this next slide. Peace!
This is Security Boss. Listen, guys, I'm coming to you with something new and very exciting. It's called I Choose You. Yes, it's a new dating show, and we want all of you to get excited about it. Yes, it is a dating show. It's going to be a virtual dating show. We want all you bachelors and your bachelorettes to get excited about it. So stay tuned for I Choose You.
Driving around in California, looking for something to make me stay. Round and round forever searching for something that could never get replaced. Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Yeah.
Shout out to Black Man Unfiltered. What's up, my brother? Oh my God. Listen.
My man, Black Man Unfiltered. Shout out to
you guys go follow this smart man right here. This smart man right here. Black Man Unfiltered. Go follow him.
It's a great show. It is an absolute great show. Yeah, you are missing out if you are not tuned in and subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered Network. Everybody in this panel, everybody in this chat, before you leave here, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure that you are subscribed, because whether you agree or not, you see that this is a higher level of conversation that we're having. So if you can hang with it, you're more than welcome to come on in and support Black Man Unfiltered and the messages that he's putting out here.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat, so that let me know that you can hear me. People in the back, if you can hear me, put your thumbs up. If it sounds good in the back, Book of Genesis, Mandrell, we good? Everybody can hear me? All right, we good. Hey guys, welcome to Black Man Unfiltered. Man, K-Soul, if you're ready to work tonight, man, I'm ready to put you to work. I miss you so much, brother. I miss you so much. And so, man, I'm glad to see you back in the building. I'm definitely about to email you the link. I already sent everybody the link, or I don't know, but we'll get that done in a minute. But guys, thank you for being here. What I want to do is go to the sanctuary first, like I always do. I got to appreciate the people that make this possible. And so let me start in the sanctuary here. Knowledge and Relationships is in the building, guys. If you haven't subscribed to Knowledge and Relationships, make sure you go over there and subscribe to Knowledge and Relationships. We Ain't Signing, all the way from Shanghai, China, is in the building tonight. Stephen Day is on the front pew tonight, guys. What's going on, Stephen Day? Von Bryant is in the building. I think I heard two niggas. Von Bryant is in the building tonight. Good to see you, Von Bryant. All right, we got Maria, Really People, in the building. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for the love you shout out to me yesterday. I don't forget the love people give me. So thank you, Maria, for being there yesterday and supporting me yesterday on Unsolicited Security Boss's channel as well. Make sure you guys subscribe to her. Bethany is in the building. Hopefully we get the beautiful and wonderful Bethany on the panel tonight. Big Bad Bull is in the building tonight. Yeah. Big Bad Bull is here. The Book of Genesis, you know we can't do it without the first book. The Book of Genesis is here tonight. She's on the panel tonight. She's ready to rock and roll tonight. All right. Pound for Pound is in the building tonight. The Canadian boy Nigerian is in the building. He should be on the panel too as well. Convo Tommy, if y'all didn't get the link, hit me up, man. I thought I sent it to y'all. All right. So let's see here. Jenny, man, listen, my girl, my homie, the sweetheart, the beautiful, the enchanting, the lovely, one of the best moderators on this side of heaven. Give it up for Jenny Marano in the building tonight. All right. So let's see, Bolo TV. Bolo's here. All right, got to have Bolo here. Let's see, man. We got some people in here tonight. Lance is in the building tonight. Mr. Scales is in the building. Peter Investor is in the building tonight. New Growth is on the third pew in his thing tonight. All right, K Soul is in here tonight. All right, man. Come on. I see my people, man. I see my people. Unsolicited Security Boss, guys. The lovely, the beautiful, Unsolicited Security Boss graces us with her presence tonight. All right, let's see who else is here. Paul Bennett. Paul Bennett. I also emailed you the link as well. If you didn't get it, make sure you hit me in the chat or hit me on my email, and I'll take care of that for you. Let me see here. So that's about it. So guys, thank you for being here. I just want to shout everybody out. The moderators, Vaughn, Jenny, thank you guys for putting in the work. Always appreciate you guys. Always. Tonight we got a good conversation tonight. However it goes, it's going to be a good one. This is a conversation about accountability. Now, we have conversations, guys, about we have conversations about women and what they're not doing, men and what they're not doing, and we go back and forth. We have this war going on between women and men. But I'm starting to think that we're not blaming the right people. All right, we're not blaming the right people. And the reason I say that we're not blaming the right people is because some of this behavior comes from someone who birthed you. Yeah, your mama. Uh-huh. Your daddy, right? In some cases, just mama only, right? Because that's what the world looks like today, just single moms, right? Your mama, the presence of your mother and the absence of your father, a double dose of toxicity. And we're going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about why that behavior is carried down to your children. We're going to talk about that tonight. It's time that we do that. But I can't do that without a panel, right? I want to do that with people that are going to talk about it and may disagree. So how about we go ahead and start with the ladies first? Guys, listen, this lady has a voice of an angel. When she speaks to the devil says, there goes Jesus with a t-shirt on. We have Candid Ann in the building tonight. The sweet talking, the lovely, the mellow voiced, lovely. Hey, the both side. She just turned her camera on. I damn near fell out of my chair. The beautiful, the enchanting, the Candid Ann is in the building. Let me go ahead and bring her up, guys. Y'all might as well go ahead and give her some love right now.
Oh, it's kind of close. Good evening, everyone. How you guys doing?
Okay, Candid. Okay, Candid Ann. Candid says she ain't booed. So hold on, Candid. I got to do this right. I cannot allow you to come in without some intro music. We're going to start over, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody, you know how we do it. Hold on, I'm going to remove you. I got to bring you back in because you just threw your hair like you were in a rep. So I want to make sure I give you the proper introduction when you bust through these doors. So give me just a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, Candid Ann.
Do this.
Look at Mandria. Mandria, he just sat up in his chair. He got his spine straight up. I'm looking at him in the back. Mandria, look back there. Hold on a minute. Okay, let me take you back. Here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm wrong for that. I'm wrong for having Candid Ann here and not giving her the right introduction like I'm going to do the rest of the people that's in the building tonight. So I got to give my introductions. This is one of the highlights of the show. One of the things that people say they love the most is the intros, and I'm about to give one. All right, here we go. Hold on, who just texted me? Let's see. Tommy B. Oh, okay. Tommy, I got y'all. Give me a minute. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, let me turn this up because we got to make sure we good. Yeah. Uh-huh. Here we go. All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in from the back, all the way from the back, I want you guys to give it up. They call her Candid. Been in the YouTube streets, they call her Candy. Let's give it up for the beautiful and enchanting Candid Ann is in the building tonight.
Hey,
go ahead. Get your move on. Hey.
love it. Yes. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this show tonight.
Yeah. All right, now, I got another female in the back tonight. Ooh, we femaled up tonight. So listen, she's all the way from the Shy. Hey, come on. Well, she all the way from the Shy, so I got to do it like this. I got to give it to her like this. I got to give it to her like this. So, ladies and gentlemen, coming up to the stage right now, give it up for your girl, my girl, the Chicago Stepper, Genesis, the Book of Genesis in the building tonight.
Hey.
Come on, give it up. Come on, put your hands together for.
Hey, y'all.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, Genesis, how are you? Good evening, beautiful.
You?
I'm hanging.
Man, we jamming tonight, guys. We jamming.
That's
I gotta
right.
get y'all right. Y'all look at them. Go ahead and give these women some hand claps. Go ahead, put it in the chat. Put the hand claps in the chat for the ladies tonight. I thank y'all for being here. I really do thank you guys for being here. Man, we got one more in the back. Listen, man, this guy right here, I'm gonna do something a little serious for him. he's a serious guy, and I just want to make sure I get him right. So all the way from Alabama, I want y'all to give it up for yours truly.
You're right. Your daddy was home when you look. You're right.
Mr. Mandrell is in the building tonight. Give it up for my guy. He is.
You're right.
What's going on, man? You on mute.
Look at streaming already. What's going on, man?
What's going on, my brother?
What was that all about?
Oh, man, I had to do something nice for my brother, man. I had to.
I heard that. I actually kind of like that. I was about to start moving.
Oh, you want a little bit more of that? You want a little bit more?
I hadn't heard it. yet.
The dog, the cat, the fish was home when you look. You're right. And that's the reason you look. You're right. I left my home. I left my home. Johnny on it. Johnny on it.
I left my home. What? Y'all don't know about that.
Did I take you back?
Y'all don't know nothing about that.
Did I take you back?
Yeah, you did actually.
Did I take you back?
You actually did take me back.
Okay,
Yeah,
I wanted to take you back, man. I wanted to take you back.
You
So,
did. Hey, ladies.
Yeah, go ahead. Speak to the ladies.
Hey,
Yeah.
Jennifer.
Hey, Mandrell.
Looking beautiful as always. And Candid Ann.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man.
Candid Ann came through today, didn't she?
Yes.
You muted, baby. You see that?
Muted. I'm like, she got the lips popping.
And like Black Man said, she whipped that hair back like she was in a Revlon commercial.
Go ahead, Candy. Give it to us. Yes, indeed. All right, man. So look, man, I'm so glad to have you guys here, man. In the conversation tonight, man, I hope you guys are ready for it. We are about to have it. I'm about to have two more people come busting up in here. Mr. Bennett, I'm waiting on Mr. Bennett because I'm ready to hear him. Mr. Bennett about to drop them jewels tonight. And I got a video I want y'all to see.
Okay.
Woo! That's gonna come up in a little bit. Good God Almighty. I hope y'all ready. All right. So, Mandrell, when it comes to the subject tonight, tell us what you feel. Do you feel as if parents that raised us and the people that are adults right now, we're not talking about the children of today, but the men and the women that are so toxic today, can we contribute that to their upbringing, their mama or their daddy? The way that how toxic they are
today, the parents of today, you mean?
Yes, the parents of today, not their children, but them, the way they are. The women being toxic, men ain't shit. Was that from their mama? The young men that are out here spreading seeds all around, is it because of the toxicity of the father?
Well, you can't really blame it on the parents. You know better. Because you know better. That's my thing about it. Like in our last conversation, when we hit on this subject a little bit, I'm like, okay, you know, if you went through that, you know how it made you feel. Why in God's name would you ever do something even similar to that to your own children when you know how it made you feel?
Exactly.
So my thing is it because of their upbringing? Very few people you can attribute that to. It's a very small number because some people are more susceptible to conditioning than others, but when you know better, you do better. And if you've gone through something like that, 9 times out of 10, you know better. You do it because you hit them out of frustration. You know what I mean? And
I'm not even going to talk about abuse. I'm talking about the way that women, when you see a woman right now, she being ratchet. She ain't got, she got 1 or 2 kids, but you see her out and you try to talk to her. She's very loud. She's very loud.
Yeah, that has a lot to do with the pacification of children, and that is toxic. Now, yes, and you've heard me say this quite a few times, and I have not stepped down on the square, never wavered off of it.
Right.
People today pacify people and promote bad behavior, and they take too much of a soft hand to people.
Right.
All the time. And this is what you get. You get tons of people being ratchet. It's not everybody, but yeah, you get tons of people being ratchet. And they think it's okay to be in public and behave that way. And no one's supposed to say anything about them because the parents didn't say nothing.
Right.
So if you say something that is telling them they're wrong, no, you're the problem.
Right.
All of a sudden, how you become the problem. You told them, hey, yeah, that's not cool. But yeah. I mean, some people you can attribute. Now that can.
Did he freeze up? Oh Lord, there you go. Yeah, God then slapped him. Okay, so listen, what we're going to do right now, while we're waiting on him to unfreeze, I like the law over there. While we're waiting on him to unfreeze, we're going to bring in the next person. Then we're going to bring in the next person.
Yeah, that has a large.
Hey,
No,
DJ,
it's just blame Spectrum, man. Blame Spectrum.
It ain't Spectrum? Okay, I thought it was. Okay, so we're going to bring in the next guy. You already know what his music is.
Blame Spectrum.
I'm going to go ahead and play his music right now. Here we go.
That pussy, let me see your doo-doo brand.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for yours truly. You call him Dr. Bennett, but Mr. Bennett is in the house. He got his dance ready when I bring him on camera. Ladies and gentlemen, put your damn hands together. Hey. Dr. Bennett, you muted.
Muted.
You muted. We can't hear you.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I had to get your intro music ready, Doc.
Yeah, them Doodoo Brown days are over though. I can't go there. Actually, I do have a theme. If you want, I can share it in the I can share it in the chat.
Absolutely, put it in the chat. I got you, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, put it in the chat. I got you, man. All right. So listen, man. Let's see. I got somebody else in the back, man. I got somebody else in the back now. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Uh-oh. Well, now, God, ladies and gentlemen, before I bring the stripper up, I got somebody else I want to bring up first. So let's see. Let me see. I think I got something for him. You know, my guy, because I ain't seen him in a while. And I want to make sure everybody, I'm going to give him a grand opening when he come back in here. So let's see. I got something for him. Yeah. I'm gonna take y'all all the way back. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen,
that's Tommy B.
All the way from Cali.
That's Tommy B. Had to be.
You got my wife dancing over here. Just saying.
Yeah.
Mr. Had to be Tommy B.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
He ain't Tommy
A.
A.
My wife right now.
He ain't Tommy C. But damn it, put your hands together for Tommy B in the building. Let's go.
I knew it was Tommy B.
What's up? Yeah, I'm gonna have to get with you, man, and get some more music on there. No shot to LA, but you feel me? I'm a town nigga. You feel me? Hey, but two things. Number one, I'm glad you played that music from Mr. Bennett because that totally destroys Mandrell's point. And number two, I want to shout out. I'm watching the game right now, but I want to shout out Karl Anthony Towns pops and John Morant's pops, who they actually featured on ESPN, which is something they never do. Yeah. And it was dope as hell. They was kind of bickering back and forth, talking stuff about their sons. But it was super dope, and I want to shout that out.
I love that, man. I've been watching them in the games, bro.
Yeah,
they really been going at it, bro. For real, two black daddies been sitting side by side.
Yeah, talking the most. You feel me?
Loving it, bro. Loving it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Last but not least, you know him. They call him Bob, the big oil baby. In Nigeria, they call him the Nigerian sledgehammer. Come on, somebody, put your hands together. Come on. He has an oil right now called the Nigerian oil. It gets in your pores and turns on your sex rays right now. It gets you in the mood.
Black pimp.
Yeah. And so I want to definitely make sure I welcome the big oil baby. Matter of fact, while we sitting here tonight, Jeannie, can you go ahead and drop his link for the oil? The oil, we need to put the link for the oil tonight and bring him on in. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
The music, though.
Put your hands together for your Nigerian, our Nigerian, the Canadian-born Nigerian, the big oil baby, the Nigerian sledgehammer. Black David is in the building. Put your hands together. What's going on, my guy? How are you?
I'm speechless right now.
Hey man, look man, your microphone is on Mount Sinai. Listen, we're gonna start. Look, your mic is on Mount Sinai again. You talking to the people down low from the top. All right, here we go, guys. So
I apologize for that. All right.
Okay.
Change it around.
Okay, appreciate you, brother. All right, so we started with Mandrell. Now I want to go up to Candid Ann. Candid Ann, what do you think? What do you think about the subject tonight? Do you think parents play a big part in the way that people live their lives right now, or the way their behavior is that a reflection of parenting? You're muted, sweetheart. You're muted. We can't hear you. While we're waiting on Candid Ann, here's the link at the bottom. The Black Man Unfiltered Network is sponsoring tonight. Is being sponsored by the Nigerian Magic Oil. On sale tonight, flash sale. It's going to be $14.99 a bottle. Buy one, get two free.
Oh no! Wait now! Hold on. That's half the price of them candles you told me. You and Tommy B told me to go out and buy.
Huh? Oh well.
That's half the price of them candles you and Tommy B told me to go out and buy.
We forgot to tell you to wait for the sale, bro.
You always wait for the sale. I went and bought like 4 of them too.
Tommy,
they say they're good. They say they're good. Let me get a couple of them and see. So I bought 4 of them. I set them out. I was like, oh, okay, they do smell good.
So
I don't know about $30, but yeah.
So guys, I want to say this because I don't want to leave anybody in the chat out of what we're talking about. So I am a connoisseur. I love those Bath and Body Work candles, right? And I go and buy those candles, and I know y'all probably in the chat, y'all probably go buy them too. And they're $30 a candle. And me and Tommy B, we buy them, but we buy them when they're on sale for half price. Right, so Mandrell, I guess he wanted to get a candle. He went there. Hey, listen, hold on, guys. Hold on a second. I ain't gonna just let him.
Hey, Tommy, you see, I did go out and buy this candle.
Oh, you got yours too. Look, see, guys, ladies and gentlemen, listen. We need to be sponsored by these people. Look at this. The mahogany teakwood intense candle, guys. You like this? If you light this up when she's there, you'll light her up when she's there. So listen, guys, that's the commercial. If you like it, yeah.
I've been burning this thing up too. Look at that. I've been burning it up too.
Guys, I want to talk about this right now before we get into this deep conversation tonight. This right here is called the White-Born Mahogany Teakwood Intense Rich Mahogany Dark Oak.
Exact same one.
Lavender, right? And
here.
And the motto for the company is: if you light this up when she's there, you'll light her up when she's there.
Goddamn right.
Make sure you go get this, okay? Make sure you go get this, all right? All right. We got Candid Ann back in the building. We're going to go back from our commercial, and Candid Ann should be back up here. Here she is, ladies and gentlemen. Candid Ann is back.
Okay.
All right.
You can hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
I've been burning this candle up too, gentlemen. I'm not going to lie. I don't have any buyer's remorse. You just kind of caught me off guard with the price. I was like, it's a candle.
Yeah, forgot to tell you, bro.
It's a candle, though. I mean, $30. It's a
when
candle.
you go on sale, you be on it.
Whoa. Candid Ann, what you burning back there? What you got back there, honey?
Got that candle burning, baby.
I know that's right, baby.
Okay.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, fellas, I'm gonna light this joint up.
You about to spark it up?
Yes, you am. Sparking it up now.
So, guys, make sure you go get it and get the intense one, because that thing will last for. Ooh, that thing will light your whole house up. Ooh. Go get that one.
Burning it up now. Yeah.
There you go.
I wish I had
set the mood right.
Yeah, and guys, listen, if you like the smell of the candle, maybe you should go and also get the car fragrance. It's mahogany teakwood car fragrance right here. Yeah, if you put this in.
I ain't know about that one. You
listen, guys,
I didn't either.
If you get this, guys, if you put this near the seat, you're definitely going to get some meat. Okay, listen. So, look at Mr. All right, guys. It's so good to have you guys here, man. We want to joke around a little bit, but guys, back to the conversation. Candid Ann, I'm glad you're back. So, what do you think about it? What do you think about the behavior of grown people? Now, we're not talking about their babies, but the way that they act, the way that the women act, the way that the men act, the way that this war between men and women. Do you think it has a lot to do with parenting?
I do think that there is some responsibility that parents hold regarding how children are formed, our thinking process, some of the scars that we have, some of our attitude, some of the way that we do things. However, at some point in time, you have to have responsibility for yourself. You have to have responsibility for yourself. So I know for me, and we'll talk about it as the show goes on, there's some things about my mom that I didn't want to emulate, and so therefore I had to seek women out that I admired, the way they carried themselves, the way they modeled their marriage and things like that. I had to go seek that out because that's what I wanted. I didn't want to. My mom is very loud. Believe it or not, as much as you guys tell me about my smooth voice and how chill, that's not my mom. That's my dad. So you really have to decide at some point, what you're going to emulate, and the thing is too that, our parents, they're due some grace, because I can tell you that my parents didn't know everything, right? I don't know what it feels like to be a parent, but we got to give our parents some grace. And I'll talk about that more as the show goes on. But, I think we're due to forgive our parents at some point in time and come to some kind of, at some point ask your mom, why did you do that? Why did you teach me that? Because when they're 20s, did you know all that you knew right now when you were 20, 25, 30 years old when they were having you? Certainly not. So, even though we're young and we look at our parents like they know everything, when you become older, you realize, my God, when I was 20 years old, I didn't know nothing. So we can't really hold our parents to these high expectations. We can't be, just hold them tight to that. We got to give them some grace. So at some point, yes, I do agree that they do form who we are and who we become. But at some point, you got to take responsibility for yourself. So that's where I stand. You're muted, babes.
We'll talk about the relationship with your mom later, because we kind of touched on that before, right? Okay. So we'll talk about that in a few after we get everybody in. K-Soul, check your email again. I sent it twice, so it should be in there right now. So Mr. Bennett, why don't we get the ladies first? Book of Genesis, looking gorgeous, and I got a hair swoop down, you know what I'm saying? I see that Chicago step music had her moving a little bit over there. I saw it. We're going to leave that alone, though. We're going to leave it alone for now. But how do you feel about it? Do you think it's the reflection of the parenting that women are ratchet and men are shooting their seeds in trash cans around the country?
I think in some cases that's true. I don't believe in all of them, because I think in some of those cases, the parents, gave them the necessary tools to navigate life, and they just chose to do whatever they wanted.
Wow. Okay. And so let's go to Mr. Bennett. What do you think?
Well, I think the answer to that question, I think it really depends on where you are in your life perspective. It's difficult when you're going through it, at growing up and being a part of that and seeing the dysfunction that's around you. But I think I'm grateful that I think with time and I think with changing circumstances allowed me to see, as Candid Ann said, to be able to give parents that grace that a lot of times that we don't want to necessarily give them. You can certainly, see, will there be scars? Yeah. But I think that as you mature, as you have children of your own, as you make decisions in terms of how you want to raise your family and how you want to do things differently. And again, and being able to sort of get away from it a little bit. I think time is something that we don't necessarily put into this perspective. When my parents became really dependent on me. Now, my story, I'm the youngest of 5. And from what I'm told, I was an accident, because my first 4 siblings, there are 6 years between all 4 of them, and there's 6.5 years between my brother and myself. They weren't trying to necessarily have another one. And so when I came, that's when really a lot of the dysfunction, we really caught it. Like all my siblings kind of went through some things, but that's when I really caught it. But it wasn't until my parents later on, you're talking less than 5 years ago, when they became completely dependent on me. Is where I got some perspective. I think spiritually, I also got a lot of perspective in that, literally it was almost if God was telling me, well, why not you? Because, I was thinking, well, I'm the youngest, others should be stepping up and doing things, but there's some people who can take care of things and some people who can't. And it just, after just a while, it was like, despite everything I went through, it got to a point where it was like God was almost saying, well, why not you? It's almost like this is the reason why you're here. And so I think when you also put that spiritual component on it, in terms of understanding your life and all of the circumstances that you may go through, and you come to these conclusions that everything was supposed to happen the way it's supposed to happen. And I think I'm a better person overall. I think I'm a more empathetic person because of it. So I can give my parents that grace to say, I don't hold those grudges. But when you're in it, when you're going through it, when you're having the daily battles with them over certain things, it's hard to have that perspective in terms of how you perceive them or your life and whatnot. Or sometimes you do go into the blaming that you're the reason why I am the way that I am, or what have you. But when you're able to get away from it a little bit, or when you have to become their parent, it's odd when you get to that point in life when you literally have to start taking care of them in every level, is where you can gain that. So I think that, the topic generally about parents being toxic, I think that in some ways it could be, I think in part because the world has changed so much in the last 50, 60 years. I think that's a major thing that we don't take into account. You're talking about people coming from an agrarian society for thousands of years to an industrial society for a few hundred years. Now we're in this information age for the last 50, 60 years. And I think that, society's changed so much, but our methods of parenting and how we go about doing things or how we see the world hasn't necessarily caught up with that. And so as parents, or just as people, just trying to adopt the changes, it's just amazing how, just getting older people, like I said, I do some work with tech, on times, trying to help older people adopt a technology, for like Zoom and whatnot. It's difficult a lot of times for them to embrace the world that we're in. And so they can certainly sit back and look at the changing world and they can have criticism for it. But for us to then go and judge them, again, having an understanding that the world that they grew up in shaped society for thousands of years up to this point. And so in this last 50, 60 years, it's a very different world. It's a very different place. It's a very different way how we get information. And, so I think we need to be able to, extend that to people who simply just don't have the tools or just unable to adopt the changes that have happened in this world. So that's my perspective so far.
Absolutely, guys. I want to say this. You know how it is when you connect to someone. I want to just get you check your temperature. You connect to someone and you hadn't seen that person in a long time, and there was no beef between you guys. You love you got each other, but that person had to go take care of some responsibilities. And then you see that person again, and it just does something to your heart. It just gives you. Anybody ever experienced that before?
Yeah.
Let's experience that tonight. Look, can we experience that tonight? Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage, K-Soul is in the building tonight. My brother is here tonight. K-Soul, what's up, my guy? It's good to see you, man.
Danny, K-Soul. Man, what's going on? I miss y'all.
The new daddy is in the building. Congratulations on your baby. Yes. We're going to talk about that life in a minute. But guys, listen, we got one more person in the back right now. One more person. And I know she has the same kind of jig, that Mr. Bennett has. Mr. Bennett said he's retired, but I'm just going to bring this back for a few seconds and bring her on stage. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a TV host and a lawyer. We're bringing her up to the stage tonight. Give it up for yours truly. Suzette Speaks TV is in the building tonight. Let's go.
I ain't getting to do the Brown, did I?
Yeah, he gave you the Doodoo Brown, Suzette.
Miami in the building. Let's go.
What's going on, Suzette? How you doing?
Hey, Suzette. Good evening, everyone. Good to see everybody.
Hey, Soul, been a minute, man. Where you been?
I had to
being
give
a
you,
daddy. Being a new daddy.
Yeah, he's been a daddy, man. Being a daddy, bro.
So is that what it's like?
Man. So it's so tell how's it been? I want to know. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to know too. I never been a dad.
This newborn life is not for the faint of heart at all. At all. But the good news is my wife and I we finally got her. She's sleeping through the night. Like maybe like a week ago, maybe 2 weeks ago. She slept like 11 hours straight through the night.
Wow.
We were like, this is good. So most of the time she's sleeping through the night, so it's a little bit better. But man, these diaper changes, the fighting the sleep because she never wants to sleep, and like all of that is crazy. It's
okay,
crazy.
so it gets worse.
I know.
Tommy B, you ain't nothing.
I have a lock on my fucking toilet right now. I hate life right now, bro. They broke one of my locks on my cabinets, bro. They just banged the motherfucker till it came off. I'm like, what are we doing?
Dang,
bro.
Banging it off until it come off, apparently.
Ladies and
Boom,
gentlemen.
boom, boom. I'm like, come on, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, Tommy B is a great father. They driving him crazy right now. But we're gonna talk about this.
Tommy B, are you a father in crisis?
Dog, tag team it. And then she like walking now. So it's like, bro.
Oh, it's both of them now.
And he literally like teaching her the ropes, bro. Like she climbing shit. I'm like, man, what is going on?
I saw y'all at the park. She wasn't on the slide. She was on top of the slide.
He jumped at 3.5 feet. I said, come on, bro. You gotta relax.
Oh my God.
Come on, man.
So guys, to give some perspective to the show, I had my daughter, she's 13. And she wanted to learn how to do this stuff, so I gave it to her. Oh Lord, I didn't check it before I show y'all. So guys, if it come out bad, just Lord, she just sent it to me. She said, "Dad, I finished." We about to see. So this is the video I want to share with y'all. I want to do it, but my baby wants to do it, so I want to give her an opportunity to learn how to do different stuff. So I'm going to play her work. Lord Jesus. And this is the video and we'll discuss this video after it's over. So here we go. Help us, Lord. Help us. Uh-oh.
Since this is not a demonstration of a man, you need to tell me what man you're using to measure him with. Which one?
My idea.
Which is your idea. Mm-hmm. Now, is that the idea you trained him up to be?
No.
Oh. So how in the blazing bejesus are you holding him accountable to a standard that you didn't teach him, his father didn't give him? He don't even know what it is, and yet as his mother, you sit in his face and tell him you don't respect him as a man. Tell me how that works. Help me.
Like I said, it was events. It wasn't just.
I'm talking about.
And it's also how you choose him.
Yeah, but hello. You see, you are a provocative victim. You provoke stuff, and then you start being held accountable for it, and then you start twisting and turning and making the other person wrong. Look at me. You just sat here and told your son, we got a needle in his arm, who I'm assuming pays his own rent. He's married to a registered nurse. He's got 3 baby boys. And you just sat here in his face and said, I don't respect him as a man. Mm-hmm. And you don't think to consider what that does to his heart, to his soul, to his spirit.
I'm sure that's hurtful.
And you okay with that?
And it's hurtful for the things that he says.
But there you go. You're doing it. You're doing it right now. I'm holding you accountable, and you spinning your web. You're trying to get away. Tell me. Just here's the question. Just answer it. We'll get back to that other stuff later. Tell me.
Forgive me. I respect him. He's a wonderful man.
Do you understand that your mouth, your voice, your words are connected to the coils in his heart, to the valves in his heart? He can't help but love me. And every time you dishonor that love, you temper pieces. This is why in our culture as Black people, when the boys turn a certain age, the men come and get him and take him away from the mother because she can emotionally manipulate him. But since we don't live in our culture no more, we say what we want to say, do what we want to say. We tear our men down and then wonder why they don't make good husbands and fathers. Mothers destroy sons. His mother can speak to him in certain ways that destroy him in ways that can never be repaired.
All right. I'll start with the ladies. Good job, Marlene. I think she did pretty good for her first time.
Yeah.
So good job, Marlene. I appreciate you, baby. She's watching. She did like this probably. But But I'll start with the ladies first. After this video, because I really wanted to get in, just hop into it. We'll start with Suzette Speaks, since she just came in. You know, do you agree with what you just saw? Do you think that that's an ongoing thing? Do you think that's a minute thing that we just saw? Or do you think that's one of those things that moms really do take precedent over their children's lives and try to control them? And in that manipulation, there goes the toxicity.
Good evening again, everybody. That is a heartbreaking clip we just watched, and shout out to your daughter for putting it together. I was listening in before I came up. That's why I was like, you know what, let me come up because I probably will disagree with some of the sentiments already shared, and that's okay. I wholeheartedly, I'm like, maybe I live in Miami with a bunch of dysfunction, but yeah, parents got a lot to do with why people turn out the way they are. Like for me, in my general experience, coming from the background that I do, which is helping women with personal development, one of the reasons why I started doing conferences, etc., I would sit around tables with women with so many unresolved issues from their childhood. That's like the key of forming a holistic sense of self. If you didn't get it, you're almost fighting it your whole life. You're fighting it when you become a girlfriend. You're fighting it when you become a wife. You're fighting it when you become a husband, a mother, a father. So many people are wrapped up in the brokenness, the lovelessness, the lack. And again, I know in our culture, there seems to always be this, we can't talk about mama them. Don't say nothing bad about mama them. It's the disrespect. It's biblical. But I think it's okay to both acknowledge the sentiment that our parents aren't perfect. They did grow up in a different era. They didn't have a rule book. They did the best they knew how. They struggled. They got some things right. They didn't get other things right. I think it's okay to acknowledge that and say some of what they did messed people up. Both can be true. It can be both and not either or. So I'm coming from an experiential worldview. Like, yeah, a lot of people are dysfunctional because they did not get the proper, and proper is relative, but enough might be a better way of expressing it. Love and care, sense of security, sense of hope, belief in them, pushing them. I know that at all of us at some point become adults, and we're supposed to gather these things and pick them off the tree of life as we, see a need for it. But those who get it at home are far more self-actualized, far more just confident in who they are and what they're on earth to do than those of us who may not have had that solid foundation. So as to whether parents play that role and toxicity being real in Black households, oh yes, 100%. Whether we can say it out loud without feeling a sense of shame that we are somehow degrading or disrespecting or diminishing all of the great things our parents did, I don't know. We can do both. We can acknowledge some of the hurt while still saying, I love my mama, right? My mama did the best she knew how. She would sacrifice for me to this day, right? But there was a lot of behavior that I picked up and a lot of formational experiences that scarred me, period. And yes, you become aware of them as you get older, but not everybody has the same toolbox. Not everybody has the same emotional fortitude. Your threshold and my threshold for being in the same situation is quite different. Resilience level, I guess I would say, is very different depending on the person. So yeah, I am in a very different boat, so to speak, because I meet the unhealed women all the time. They're functional. They got the good job, they got the good car, but when you speak to them, the sense of self, the sense of internal well-being is not there. And it becomes quite apparent to me, just experientially, that a lot of it has to do with how they were raised.
You're on mute.
Muted.
I'm gonna get everybody's sentiment on the video, and then I'm gonna add another turn in there because there's another thing that we don't think that's bad, but it really is. So, but anyway, we'll go to Candid. And Candid, what were your thoughts about what you just saw?
I
I know
mean,
you're not a big fan of Ayanla, but
that's okay. I mean, there's some good and there's some bad and everything, right? So, I don't know the full context of like why she was talking to the guy. I guess just the way that the mom was speaking to him, she was like very rude and derogatory towards him, and so she was just basically speaking about like how the mom's words were harsh on the son. Is that what it was about?
Yeah, she didn't want his son. Well, the give basis for people that didn't get it. They the mom, everything that he did that she didn't want him to do, she was evil towards it. So he wanted to be married, wanted to have a family, wanted to have the nuclear family. No, she's trash. Your wife's trash. I don't care if she's a registered nurse. I don't care if she makes good money. She's trash. She's not what I want you to have. You're gonna do what I want you to do, or we don't have a relationship.
What?
That's what that whole episode was about.
The funny thing is, right?
He's a grown man.
He's a grown man.
Right.
But the funny thing is, if the wife was a horrific person, if the wife was a 304, if the wife was irresponsible, she had 3-4 children and all these different things, you guys would be supporting the mom saying all these things. I don't like the wife. Listen to me. I'm going to tell you. I feel like I don't like the way that, from what I'm seeing, I don't like the way the mom spoke to the son. I feel like there's a way in love to speak to someone and still get your point across without having to go there. So what I'm seeing from that little clip, I definitely don't like. There's definitely a better way to do it. But, at some point, I'm happy they were on the show, because at some point we got to heal and move on. We can't stay stuck. And sometimes, and I've gone through this too, we have to separate from our parents or those people in our family that we love them, but we got to love them from afar.
Yeah.
Just even if it's just for the sake of your own growth for a moment. It might be a year, it might be 2-3 years until you can figure things out and see something different. I'm not saying you might have to stay for that time forever, but it doesn't always have to be forever. It might just be for a period of time until you can grow and stand tall and firm in your new belief system. Once you figure that out, then you can go back, give them hugs, say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and then break back out. So I don't like the way that she spoke to him. I don't think it's necessary, but I take it with a grain of salt, because I don't know everything. I don't know the wife. She's a registered nurse, so she got my heart, right? But I don't know everything. So I just and I've heard parents talking that way. I've heard parents talking that way about their sons-in-law. Thank God my in-laws love me. Praise the Lord.
And I want to add something to what you just said when you say you have to break away from your family sometimes.
Yeah, it's hard.
If you go to Security Boss, her story is the same. Security Boss said when she married her husband that she loved her mom, but her mom was so negative toward her husband. I mean, extremely negative. Everything about him was wrong. He's not this, he's not. And so she said her and her husband made a decision on both sides. You know what? Let's disconnect from them. And she said she disconnected from her family for 5 years.
Sometimes, yeah.
And her and her husband built everything that they have during that time. And then they were able to go back, because then they had already built what they needed to build for it not to be penetrated in a negative way.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
And so, yeah, I agree with you.
When your parents come from very little and they don't understand, like I think it was even Jay-Z, and I'm going to mess up this quote, when he was talking to his uncle or someone in his family and telling them about the vision that he had, and they were discouraging him. They were not able to see what he was doing because it was beyond their understanding. Right. And so it wasn't out of malice. It wasn't because they don't want the best for you. It's just that they don't understand what you want or what your vision is or what's the possibility in terms of marriage, in terms of business, in terms of career, in terms of how a successful marriage can look like. They might not understand that, so it's not always done out of malice. It's just done because sometimes they don't understand or know any better.
Exactly.
Pushback. Some of them are jealous of you.
Some of them are. Some of them are. That's easy to understand. But I want people to also understand that sometimes it's not that simple. It's also, sometimes they're just nasty. Sometimes they're just rude and disgusting. That's easy. We can count that off and say.
I know several women who don't talk to their mother since they got married.
That's terrible.
Their own mom. Don't talk to them. Not everybody. I know about 3 women that cut their mother off completely once they got married. It scared me.
Is it because
but it was necessary.
Is it because of the negative tone that the mothers took towards the?
Oh yes, they're jealous of their daughters. They had never been married themselves, and it's almost like they're trying to perpetuate that the daughter does not deserve this good man, does not deserve marriage, does not deserve a happy family. I've witnessed this, so I've seen toxicity in the worst form.
Wow.
Do you also think that sometimes it's because of their past hurts or their past trauma
From
that
their parents?
they give advice
Absolutely.
based off
The
of that?
cycle. Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Absolutely.
Right. And I want to go out to the chat real quick because I'm thanking them for everything they're putting in here. Von Bryant says, well, Sir Hell says, unhealed children who grow up and have children often hurt their children without even knowing it. You owe it to yourself to heal. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sir Hell speaks for that. Let's see. He said also, after 25, 30, we can't keep blaming our parents, though. We can be honest about our experience, but the responsibility to grow is on you as an adult. Mr. Von Bryant, many of us have been scarred by our parents. Unfortunately, many have not been able to move forward in their life due to this fact. At some point, you must have to let it go and let God. All right. And pound for pound,
easier said than done. But
exactly.
I agree with the sentiment overall, but I think again, like I said earlier, time, circumstances, and you having that moment, that meeting with God. I think oftentimes determines how that all comes around. It's easy. It's almost like a slogan. And again, I'm not discounting it. I believe it's true. Right. But until you have those encounters, until you have those realities that you can, piece that together, you can't just turn that off and say, okay, I'm just going to move on from here. So like I said, we talk about the lack of therapy in our communities. We talk about the need for people to, be in places where they can, really do the work and have the places where they can do that work. So I think I think the formula, I think everybody on this panel, I think no one's going to disagree that, there's some point that you have to move on. But depending on, where you're at, the level of damage that's been done, the work that needs to be done for you to heal from that, that's a whole nother issue on top of that. None of us on this panel are qualified to counsel someone on. But I think the idea of blaming, I guess also I want to get a little more context to this idea of blaming versus acknowledging. Because again, there is a thing called cause and effect. So when does it go from acknowledgement to blaming? Is it the fact that we don't move on? Is it we call it blaming, or if we just simply just call it out and say, these are the ways how I've been scarred? So how are we delineating? Because I'm hearing these terms blame, and then I'm hearing at the same time acknowledge or recognition. So where are we drawing the difference between those two?
And you know what? I hold that question because I want to get because that's a good question. I want to get pound for pound this last one, because we're going to talk about this later too, about the jealousy part. We're definitely going to attack that. But I want to talk about this, how we always put the people. So I know of some young men that their mama was for the streets. And I grew up with these young men. Even, it's so hard to say, but transparency is good for the soul, is what my pastor says. Even sometimes I had some child adult experiences with some of their mamas. And it wasn't on me. It was on her. Hey, what's up, boy? Where your mom at? Over there? Come here. Oh, you growing up. So you had those women that were like that as well. But we'll talk about the mothers that are being put on a pedestal that was for the streets, but then you complaining about women that was for the streets. Well, we'll talk about that in a second. So pound for pound said, Tupac said it best. Although you was a crack fiend mama, you always was a black queen mama. Right? So it's basically no matter what you do, mama, you're always going to be important. You're always going to be on that pedestal. You're going to be worth more than everything to me. So we're going to get into that. But I'm going to go to, let's see here, Book of Genesis. What were your thoughts about the video? Book of Genesis had to go. Okay, hold on. So let's do Mr. Bennett.
Well, like everyone else, I mean, I think that, as I said earlier, I think it's almost natural that parents expect their children to be I guess, to move as they've moved, or the expectations that we set on them is to go in the path that we choose for them. I know one thing that I decided very early on, or that I learned very early on. And again, I heard this from again my church again, and I still emphasize it. Your kids are not your own. I mean, that when I was going to become a father, that's the first thing I said to myself: your children are not your own. That they're meant to go away and to establish their own lives. So I knew that I was only going to have only a certain amount of control, teach them values, teach them character, but where they wanted to, what they wanted to study, what they wanted to do with themselves or whatnot. I was very sort of hands off. But I think we're coming from, again, as humanity, children typically did what their parents did. If you were a farmer, your kids usually took over the family farm after you were done. If you're a fisherman, your kids did what you did. But in this last 50, 60 years, people are truly able, at least in this country, able to really determine their future. And they can go a totally separate path from the expectations of their parents. Whereas before it was natural. It's almost like you knew when you're, depending on the family that you were brought up in, your life was kind of predestined for you, even in these high class families. If your father was a doctor, or your father went to an HBCU or whatever, it was almost expected that you're going to continue that family tradition. And now you have children who are saying, or the children that came after them saying, no, I'm planning my own future. Yeah, I don't care if your grandfather was a pastor and you're a pastor, I don't necessarily want to go into the ministry. And that causes, so I think these expectations that parents have, no matter which way the guy's going, because what I saw in the video, the guy is married, he has children, he's responsible in everything that we would measure that this is what's ideal for the society. It wasn't to her expectation, and she couldn't accept that. Whereas in past generations, the societal pressure would have been such where he might have went in and did what she wanted, even though he didn't want to. But now people are saying, no, I'm determining my own future, and people just can't wrap themselves around. So I can't believe we give our kids this opportunities, and we gave him everything, and I can't believe that he went this way. He's got braids in his hair. We might have raised him differently from that, but so again, I think that these last few decades, I think the idea of parenting, I think, has to change in terms of what we expect from our children. What do we need to be teaching and passing on to our children, but we don't control them. And I think here's a woman who, the fact that she couldn't control her son, no matter what he did, wasn't on crack, wasn't a drug dealer, wasn't any of the things that,
the stereotypes
we would all deem as negative, but it wasn't to her level of expectation, and she could not accept it. And that's something that I think, just as parents, at some point you have to allow your children to develop the way they're going to develop. Yes, we have influence over them, but she couldn't come to terms with that. So yes, it was definitely terrible, and it was so trenched in that even you saw Ayanna getting frustrated trying to talk to this woman because she kept going back, and defending. So even she was getting frustrated at it. So I don't know how I've never seen that. So I don't know how that situation was resolved, if it ever was resolved, or if they came to some sort of reconciliation. But yeah, there are parents like that who believe that, that they know, always what's best for their children. They're trying to determine every aspect of their children's lives. And just a point I want to ask about to Sister Suzette about, the moms being jealous. I've also heard in these spaces it's very likely that the mom is scared, because I think a lot of times parents have children with the expectation that those children are all going to take care of them. So if she's married and doing her own thing, well, where am I left out?
That's her retirement plan right there. That's
exactly. Yeah. And that's something that I think, we have to get rid of this mindset. And it's in a lot of places. It's in our churches as well. I keep going back to that. I was just at a conference this last week. And so everyone talks about church, about, the lifeblood of the church is the children of the church. And I'm saying no, because typically if you grow up in church, you go to school outside of the state or whatever, more than likely you're not coming back. This idea, again, that might have worked hundreds of years ago, where everybody lived in the same town, grew up in the same community, married the local girl from church. You did everything together. Yeah. But again, in this, people are so fluid now with moving around from place to place. I mean, again, I'm about to grow up in Jersey, but I'm moving to Atlanta. And then that's where my future is going to be. So church, I appreciate what you guys did for me, but I'm not coming back. So if you were depending on me to kind of carry on the lifeline of the church, it ain't happening. So I think in a lot of our community, this idea of this generational, expecting the past, the new generation to do what the older generation did. Again, we have to get out of that mindset because it's not where our future is.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Bennett. And guys, if you're just coming in, please hit that subscribe button. Also hit that like button when you come in. We're headed to 2,000. Thank you for helping me get to 1,000.
I can't believe that.
And also, I want to say to you guys that are on the panel, make sure that you go and subscribe to the Book of Genesis, right? She has her own platform. She's smiling so hard for you guys. Oh, look at the baby. You be put on the screen. Yes, indeed. So listen, this is the Book of Genesis. She has a great show. They have great conversations. Sometimes it gets sticky, icky, wiki, but it be going down over at the Book of Genesis. So guys, make sure you subscribe to her. Mods, could you please put her link in the chat as well? Also, I want you guys to go to the great Candid Ann here that came in tonight and did her Revlon commercial. Make sure, hey, there it is, hey. Make sure you go and subscribe to Candid Ann, which she will also be.
You have to put the slow-mo on that.
Yeah, I'm
slow-mo, the hair must go slowly and
So guys, make sure you go and subscribe to Candid Ann. She will also have her link in the comments as well. So go subscribe to her. All right, we're taking this quick break because we gotta acknowledge everybody here. Right now, you also need to go subscribe to my girl right here, Suzette Speaks TV. You got to go subscribe to her right now. She has a great show. I had an opportunity to co-host a show with her a couple of weeks ago. We had a great time over there. So thank her for her platform as well. So please go subscribe. We got to support Black media, guys. All right. Who else we got up here? K Soul has a channel, right? But he's worked with the baby, but still, K Soul is going to have his link in the description as well. Guys, please go and subscribe to K Soul. He has a great channel. It's not what we do. It's something unique, and you have to go check it out for yourself. I'll leave the suspense for you to go check it out and subscribe over there. Tommy B is in the building right now. Tommy B is look at this. Oh man, my heart goes out to you, Tommy. Tommy B is in the building. Make sure you go and subscribe to Tommy B as well. Come on and chill with Tommy B. He's our sports analyst. He's a Golden State Warrior fan. He is a Oakland Raiders fan. So if you got anything to say about them, he's probably ready to fight you. So Tommy B, make sure you go subscribe to Tommy B. All right, and then we got my guy Mandrell. Mandrell is on this network, Black Man Unfiltered, Black Man Unfiltered Network. He's on every Wednesday at 8:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's called Unapologetic with Mandrell. He'll be on tomorrow night, and he has a great surprise for us tomorrow night. I don't even know who the guest is tomorrow, so he's going to shock the world tomorrow, and so we'll see him tomorrow as well. We support Mandrell as well. And then last but not least, he's been in IT for 20 years. We're going to give it up for yours truly, the Canadian-born Nigerian. If any IT, if you need your phone fixed, if you need your fax machine fixed, if you need look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look at him. He has everything you need. So make sure you go over to his channel. He will definitely have, his channel will also be in the comments as well for you guys to go over and subscribe to him. And you can email him any questions that you may have. He's here to help you. He's not here to break you. All right. So, guys, thank you, everybody on the platform for being here tonight. As we go on to I'm going to go back up to the Book of Genesis because we missed her a few minutes ago. What were your thoughts on the video, Book of Genesis?
It saddened me to hear the mom say the things she said about the son. Although I do believe that, as parents, there's no handbook. We do the best we can with what we have. And I don't know, I didn't see the show, so I don't know her history. Mm-hmm. But it's sad to hear the things that she was saying to the son. As parents, it's our job to build up our children, make them think that they can conquer the world. If you don't hear it at home, first, you know, parents are the first teacher. If you don't hear that at home, then we can't expect that they're going to get that, you know, once they go out into the streets. And
Yeah, that was horrible.
yeah.
And he was just sitting there like, you could tell that he wanted his mom so bad.
Yeah.
Right? He wanted to be connected, but so all the way from Shanghai, China, in the corner over here, We Ain't Signing is in the building. What time is it in Shanghai?
10:46 a.m.
Wow. Well, since everybody's here and we have guests in the house tonight, can you please go ahead and do my greeting and your in Chinese, please? It's good to see a man speaking, a black man speaking Chinese. Black knees, squeeze knees. So I want you to go ahead and speak that language. Go ahead and do that for me, man, before we keep moving forward. Go ahead.
What do you want me to? What do you need me to say?
Welcome everybody on the panel to the show. That's it, real quick.
OK， 大家好，客户好，你们欢迎来那个 Black Man Unfiltered。
You only heard one tonight.
Was there an N-word in that?
Look at Suzanne's face.
We only got one nigga tonight.
Just one.
Just one tonight.
He said some nigga was grinding. I don't know.
Yeah,
who.
he said nigga grinding. I don't know what that was. So We Ain't Signing. I'm gonna get to you. So what do you think about the video?
So yeah, I want to. This is a good topic because I want to talk about epigenetics, right? And basically, what we're seeing here is, I'm pretty sure how she talked to her son is how her mom talked to her, right? And you know, in the Torah we say like the sins of the father, in this case parents, passed down to the third and fourth generation. In the science we call that epigenetics, right? Things that we are by DNA are predisposed of doing and behaviors, right? And when because I'm a bit of a science buff, and we know that DNA does have an influence in our behavior and our emotions. And so we're just seeing the expression of what her mother has done to her, and maybe what her grandmother has done to her mother. So, and that's why it's so important, men, that you have to be careful where you're sowing your seed, because at the end of the day, it's his father's fault, because his father chose the wrong woman. And like, I have friends, even myself included, I love my mother to death, but I made sure the woman I marry is nothing like my mother, because I don't want my kids to be raised that way. And so we need, so the moral of the story is just coming away from that. You got to be careful where you sow your seed, because you know the women are so important. Their mothers are so important to a child's development. And you know, if she ain't right, you know, your kid is in trouble. And I close with that.
All right, thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. Now we'll go to K-Soul. I mean, what were your thoughts on the video?
I mean, I kind of agree with a lot of what Mr. Bennett said. You know, I think that a lot of times in relationships, we are already kind of, I don't know if this is the right word, but like naturally selfish. Like even when you think about how, you know, you talk to a single person and they'll talk about how like when they're looking for like their partner or their mate or whatever, they're always talking about like what they're getting out of the relationship. I want, you know, they have this list and it's, I want this, I want this, I want this. And no one really steps back and says, well, this is what I want to bring to the relationship. Everybody talks about what they, you know, what they can get out of it. And I think sometimes with parenting, people parent the same way. You know, they were talking about how like sometimes you might look at the young man as your retirement plan, or, you know, sometimes you want to live your dreams through your seed or whatever. So I think sometimes selfishness plays a huge role in just negative or bad parenting, whatever you want to call it, which is a foundation that you are building on as a person is becoming an adult, a human being, you know, and playing their role in the society. So I think that sometimes if we can just somehow learn to be a little less selfish, if we can, you know, if we can bring up our kids to be less selfish, we can avoid those problems. But I mean, I agree with a lot of what's been said. A lot of people hit a lot of good points. So that's all I have to really add to that.
All right, and we're gonna go ahead and get Tommy B. What are your thoughts?
situations like this is what always makes me kind of trip out when people have conversations about our people in general, and they have questions like, "What's wrong with our people?" et cetera, et cetera. And then if you bring up what happened in the past, and it's, "Oh, it happened this long ago," but then you can look at a video like this, and you can literally have people elaborate on how that was passed down from parenting and passed down from a grandfather. So whenever I speak to people who talk as if slavery was like a million years ago with the dinosaurs and shit, I explain to them that when they freed the slaves, I don't remember hearing anything about, "Hey, come get some therapy." And so those people raised kids under that dysfunction, and then they raised kids under that dysfunction. And then while that's going on, you got Jim Crow, Red Line, and all this other bullshit going on. You know what I'm saying? That shit gets to my grandfather, my dad. It ain't that long ago. You know, we got the right to vote 18 years before I was born. Wasn't that long ago. So that's why I get so frustrated when we in these spaces and all the fuck we do is talk about what's wrong with our community, et cetera, et cetera. And I tell people on a consistent basis, considering the bullshit we've been through as a people, we're doing very fucking good. And I really wish people start acknowledging that shit, because we could really be doing a hell of a lot fucking worse. And especially with this generation, I always try to give this generation their props. The mindset of trying to be entrepreneurs, of hustling, of getting into tech, et cetera, that I see from these youngsters, that's way advanced from my dad, who was save your money in a savings account. It's light years beyond that. And I could give you a easy microcosm of that is the rappers. You see the rappers that we grew up with all got robbed. The rappers right now, balling, making money in and out of rap, sponsorships, endorsements, et cetera, et cetera. Completely different lineup. So going back to the original, even with this video, it's a huge reason why I'm a proponent of, if the father's around, once that boy hits 7, 8, 10, give him to his fucking dad. I don't give a fuck what the mama say. Give him to his dad. This is why it's needed. And I tell people too, a lot of times, even when you go to the hoods and stuff, most of these dudes that's in the hood that's doing that stuff, they push their kids away from that stuff. Most of them. You got some of them that's going to try to, put their hand on their shoulder and bring them in. But most of them that I've been around, because I can only speak on who I've been around, they push their kids away from it. And so this video is exactly why I'm a proponent of, specifically with little boys, give them to their dads, period. Another thing too, I've seen a couple of the comments about as far as, people healing and stuff like that. People are acting like therapy is 50 cents an hour. Like, the shit's expensive. The only reason why I was able to do it is because I'm a veteran. I probably could have paid for it outside, but the only reason why I went is because I'm a veteran. It was free.
Yep.
That ain't 80-90% of the people out here. So it's easy for people to say, "Oh, as soon as you turn 18, it's on you as a man," or 25 or 30, yada yada yada. Bro, I went at 30 something, and I know some of the issues that I had.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I don't know if people know the extent of the issues that people have, but I can just speak from my family. And I come from a pretty decent family compared to some of the families that I know. But I still have a little cousin that was 10 years old, and she knew how to cook crack. She right now, and I talked to you about that, Black Man. It's my my cousin that got shot. She's doing better and stuff, but now she's about to face a murder case. You know what I'm saying? When I see that, I've seen the whole pattern. I've seen it go from come from her mom, and then I've seen it come from my auntie to her mom. You know what I'm saying? Her auntie was the same one that used to send us to the store to get BC powder, cigarettes in the St. Ides. And we was 12, 11. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's crazy because I can see that difference because I grew up in the opposite. Like my mom's and pops was there. I tell people all the time, like they grew me up. I was supposed to be a certified nerd. I went to private school up to 9th grade, et cetera, et cetera. Everything that I did outside of being right was on me because they pushed me to do the complete opposite. And I take that on the chin, you know, with no problem. I never blame them for none of that. I actually, my older brother who been in the pen for 15 actually went to a therapy session, and somehow they talked him into blaming my dad for the shit, which is crazy because he was literally next in line behind my dad to take over my dad's job in construction. And he, you know, just like me, he did his thing or whatever. And I was more or less following behind him because that was my guy. But in saying that, a lot of the stuff that that happens is it's not always. I think majority of the time is probably connected to your parents, but it's a lot of times where it's not. It's a lot of times where you're just a hardhead. I was just a hardhead. I think the only difference that I will have with my pops is just communication. Me and him had a conversation one time, and he was telling me about the reason why he stopped giving me ass whoopings. And he said that he had whipped my ass one time, and I was in a room, and he went in there, and I told him that I felt like a slave because I got beat a lot, but I deserved it. Like I literally would get beat, and the same shit I just did, I'm out there doing it again. But the difference between him and me, as far as raising my son, who's literally going the exact same path as I went, is I'm going to try to communicate with him, you know, and that's one thing that my dad didn't do. I don't blame him because he didn't have those tools. He didn't know no better. I think it's funny that Candid Ann came to that conclusion because I didn't come to that conclusion until I had kids. As far as my parents didn't know what the fuck they was doing. That's like I'm 39 right now and I'm still figuring stuff out. You know, my pops had me at what was he, 22, I think. You know what I'm saying? Moms was 19. You know what the hell they was doing? They was kids. You know what I'm saying? So, but us as kids look up to our parents as if they know everything.
Right.
And so until I became 30 something and me and my cousins was at like a little get together and we like, damn, we the ages of our parents when we used to, you know, hang out. And it really messed me up when we had that conversation. I'm like, damn, because all the stuff that I'm still learning myself right now is what they were going through when they were raising me. Only in my head, as a kid, oh, they know everything. I mean, especially because they setting the rules and stuff. So we naturally think they know everything. And I think because of that, I think that's why a lot of people end up holding grudges and stuff against their parents because they think they know everything. You know what I'm saying? And until you come to that conclusion, I don't think you can really give them any grace because you have to accept the fact that, you know, they were your age at one point. And the comment I said earlier, as far as with Mandrell and with the music is, Mandrell, this generation wasn't dancing to that music he was just playing for those ladies. That was our generation. That was fully getting ass whoopings and everything, but was out there freak Nick shaking ass all over the place.
Yep.
So I hate when our generation try to act so innocent and perfect when we was just as bad or i.e. worse. I tell people all the time, if you give our generation social media, we would have blew these kids out the water.
Probably worse. Yeah,
We
probably worse.
Bro, understand this. See, and this is why I tell people when they talk about the kids and social media. We had drug dealers that were caught because of fucking video cameras. The Chambers brothers. Video cameras, bro. We would have been ridiculous, bro. So, you know, I never get with the whole, you know, this generation, this generation, this, because this generation started with our generation. We're the parents of this generation. You know what I'm saying? And so if you're mad at how this generation moves, then you got to be mad at yourself because even if you didn't directly raise them, your peers raised this generation. So you can't keep talking this generation, because they were raised by your peers, if not you as well. And unfortunately for a lot of us, we also were raised by a kind of corrupted generation, because the crack epidemic for a lot of kids. I think Black Man said he knew somebody whose mom was for the streets. I knew somebody whose mom was on a stroll right in front of my house. Like, she would go pick up tricks right in front of my house, and this is my homeboy. So when people go, "Oh, you got to get over at 18 or 25," how do you get over that shit? You know what I'm saying? Without going to therapy, which again costs a pretty penny. I can't imagine what them dudes is going through. And as a kid, I never even thought about it on that level. But as an adult, when I look back, I'm like, damn, bro. Like, you got to walk out the house and everybody know what your mama out here doing. Everybody know your mama hopping in the car with a nigga that ain't your daddy. And to a certain extent, if the older homies want to, you feel me? All they got to do is pay the fee. That's craziness, bro. And then you gonna tell that boy at 18, "Oh, get over it." Like, come on, man. Y'all. You gotta be better than that.
I appreciate that, brother. Mandrell.
All right. First of all, I'm sitting here trying to figure out how am I going to follow that. I mean, what do? You know what I'm saying? Y'all know I agree. Tommy B and I agree on like 99% of shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? But and I agree with him on all this too. I mean, but for one thing, Tommy, I do largely blame our generation for the way this generation here is acting up. And you hear me say it all the time. Our hands are too soft. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes these people don't like whooping kids, and like some of these kids, depending on what they do, you need to put some powder on your strong hand.
But that's why I brought up our generation, bro. Our generation got their ass whooped, and we still acted out.
We still acted out. I get what you're saying, but these kids
I got whooped a lot, and I wasn't bad. I'm just saying.
Right, and the thing is, I got whooped a lot.
No,
and didn't need them. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't need it. I was like, what if I was a bad kid? Oh my god.
Right. And my thing is this: like, I got whoopings, and I'm like, she could have just told me that. You know what I'm saying? Look at mom. She could have just, you could.
Yeah, me too.
And I did ask my mom, as an adult, listen, why were you so hard on me? You didn't have to be. You do know that, right? My sister and I, you didn't have to be so hard on us. What was this about? And she looked me dead in my eyes and said, "Because I refused to raise a sorry man." And what do you say to that? You know what I'm saying? Some of the stuff she did I thought was cruel, but at the same time, looking at it in that context, I mean, because look at me now, mission accomplished, right? I mean, so
we're gonna get into that.
That's the crazy part.
We'll get into that in a minute, Doc. Oh yes,
it was, but as far as the video goes, I don't really come from that. And my mom, I know my mother has before protested against some of my decisions, but at the end of the day, she's like, she's been fussing at me about some of my decisions. Why would you want to do this? Don't you know you can get killed? Why would you choose to do something like that? You could have joined the army to do this, that, and the other. You get killed doing that. I'm like, I can get killed walking across the street, Ma. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. I just want to do this because, hey, see if I can do it. You know what I mean? So when I did it, she was like, all right, then. And back to what Tommy said about therapy. The reason why I stopped working and started going to therapy was because, like Tommy B said, it was free. It's at the VA, it was free. You know what I'm saying? Because I looked into outside therapists, just to get more of it. And I was like, yeah, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Some people, $800 an hour. $1,200 an hour, some of them.
But at 18, get over it, bro.
Right, 18, get over it. I'm just like, but when it got to a point where I'm at work and I'm just like, I'm talking to somebody and it hit me. I'm like, my God, I got a problem, don't I? You know what I'm saying? When you realize it, it's like, all right, let's try to get this fixed. Let's try to get this looked at. Granted, for me, it wasn't a big problem, not a violent thing at all. You know what I'm saying? It's just communicating with people. You know what I mean? Like some of the things that you hear me say it all the time, Tommy. Some of the stuff these people out here do, I don't get it. Like, why would you make the decisions you make? I do not understand it. And I'll be quick to call you stupid to your face or weak to your face. And people tell me, hey, man, you know, people hit you for that. Like, let them try. Do it. Please do it. Please do it.
You just said
so
you
that's the thing.
He in the dojo. He in the dojo.
Right. He's like, please hit me. And I'll prove you just prove me right. Yeah. But after I get off your ass. you know, and so it's that kind of thing that I really needed to, you know, the whole no nonsense thing. You got to give people grace. And I was just like, yeah, maybe. I don't know, but yeah.
So I mean,
but he's right. I mean, it goes down from generation to generation because my parents, from the stories I've heard, they were rough. You know what I'm saying? But by the time we came up, they were the sweet, nice grandparents. You know, but when your parents grow up and tell you what they were up to back then, you're like, really? That's what they were up to? You're like, yeah.
Nah, wait till you have kids and you see how they treat your kids.
Oh, really? That's when my mother's gonna turn into the sweet grandmother.
My dad had the audacity to tell me to stop yelling. I looked at him like, you yelled at me in 99.9% of my childhood. What are we talking about?
Hey, you know what the crazy part is, Tommy? If I give my mother a grandchild, she'd be the same way.
Absolutely.
She'd be the same way. She would fold up.
You better not yell at her rental kid.
Right. I told my mom, I said, Mama, y'all was Jason and Michael Myers, and now y'all Phoenix and Ferb. What the was going on here?
Don't even know who this man is.
Right.
I don't understand it.
Like I told my little cousins one
Let's get
time.
Black David in here. Black David, what are your thoughts on the video? Then I got a question from the chat, guys.
Wow.
That's gonna whoop us.
After hearing all these things, I had to look back on mine. I'm like, phew, I'm gonna talk the 19th generation of ass whooping because you can name it, we got it. We got the belt.
You got props.
The leather belt. You got the 2x4.
Mr. Bennett, you see this?
All the kind of tree branch you can think of. The banana tree branch.
Stop. We're not gonna just.
I'm just saying.
He said a 2x4.
Yeah.
I got a 2x4 too. The one that was cut down the middle with the holes drilled in the bottom of it. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. Yeah, absolutely. We got our ass beat. But go ahead.
So the wind can go through it and it won't take off the swing.
Yes, sir.
I had the extension cord, the police baton.
No, I ain't never had that.
The horse whoop.
I'm not
had that either.
You need to understand something. When it comes to African parents,
y'all
black parents are here. And when you understand the history of our black people, black parents are here. Afro-Latina are here. Caribbean are here. African.
Like David ain't heard about them naked parties.
I'll say it again.
So Miss Suzette's speech reaction when he brought up the Caribbean.
Like David, you ever heard of a naked party?
Oh man, stop, Tommy.
Ooh.
No.
Come on, man.
Let me say why I say what I say. Black people, I've seen the black people beating. I can deal with that one. I've seen the Afro-Latina. I can deal with that. I see the Caribbean. I can deal with that. African are so super creative. It's not even funny.
I'm not laughing.
This happened to me as a little kid. My dad felt that the tentacle was not enough. You know what he did? He poured some water on my body.
Emotional, damn it.
Thank you.
He threw water on you and then beat you.
Bro, they used to wait till you get out the shower.
No.
Come out the shower with your skin.
We're gonna talk. Hold on, guys.
They used to wait until I was asleep. My mom used to wait until I was asleep.
We're gonna talk about whoopings in a minute. Hold on a second. We're talking
I was asleep.
I used to joke about how my father. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, it is.
We just tell you who had the worst dad. I tell you, my dad slapped me so hard. I was in the air for more than 10 seconds. I haven't dropped. What's up with that? There was a joke that we throw in high school, in elementary school, when you think you got it bad. Yo, when I throw those jokes out there.
Bro, I'm not trying to laugh. I think it's more how you're expressing it. It's not the action that I'm laughing at, but I think I'm laughing at more of how you express it.
10 seconds.
Yeah. That's what it is, David.
Listen.
You can't say you've never been to. I
He
get
went
it, but
Matrix on everybody. That's the
Oh
Yeah.
my
Matrix.
God. So
I
listen,
thought I was in the Matrix when that happened to me. I was looking at the air like,
oh my God.
okay.
Okay, guys. So listen, I got a question
But,
for.
but honestly,
Oh my
I
God.
get
Go ahead,
what you're
buddy.
I think
saying.
it's the flatness he's delivering it with. He's
Yeah.
like,
I'll be honest with you because looking in the African culture, I saw something that wasn't originally their own way of disciplining their kid. They got it from the Europeans because you can pass it down onto them. And they think that it's okay to mentally and emotionally to break down the first child of the family, which was me. So I had my self-esteem got destroyed completely. It felt like you had to break you down and build you up. That's how you build a strong man. That's how you build a strong woman. 9 out of 10, it's not always the case. I just got blessed that the Lord gave me a strong will to confront
survive.
these things and not only survive it because I hear from people who talk about how they went through what I went through and they commit suicide. Oh, they delete, sorry about that. They delete themselves. And I felt sorry for them because one, no child should go through this. And I've seen it on the street in New York City. I live in New York City. Anyone who live in New York will tell you these things. You see parents go to the ballistic. They don't care if you're watching them. They will whoop their kids so bad to the point where you're feeling sorry for the kid. My wife is like the angel. When she see a child get brutally beaten and things, she will jump. And sometimes I tell my wife, like, she doesn't care. She's like the big mama. And I had to give her props for that. 'Cause that's how she is. And I understand what you come because she told me about her own childhood. It's similar to mine. And I try not to hit my kid a lot. I find ways like, okay, you don't want to do your homework? No TV, no PlayStation, no cartoon, no Netflix. I try to strip all their privilege out and make them earn it back first. And they think I'm crazy. No. If I was crazy, I would look for a tree branch. You should be happy I'm not doing that. Something wrong with your privilege. Because I had to find a way to not only discipline my kid without going to the extent of going too far, trying to draw blood. Oh, they draw blood up in plenty of time. I got used to it. My country's school system, that was the normal thing. Capital punishment. You get late to school, whoosh.
Okay, so look, we're gonna talk about the whoopings in a minute, okay? But after we go to the chat, because I want to make sure Sir Hale and Big Bad Bull had one. We'll do those two, and then we'll go into an open conversation after this about that directly. But we'll have an open conversation about what Sir Hale said first. Sir Hale said, panel, based on your experience, which is worse, the damage of an absent father or the presence of a toxic mother? Anybody can go.
Toxic mother.
Toxic mother.
Yeah, the
Both.
toxic mother for the men. I say all of us unanimously probably say the toxic mother because just
Both.
like Deanna said, I've said this before. Like a woman has the power to destroy an empire, but at the same time, she has the power to raise kings. You know what I mean? So if you're raising a boy the wrong way and you just add him, that'll kill him. Like even to this day, my mother respects me as a full-grown male, a buck. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not like head of the family or anything like that. She's still my mother, but she respects me as a man.
So what do you think, Mr. Bennett? And we ain't signing in. We get the ladies in here.
No, there's no question. I think the toxic mother. Like I said, my dad was basically not in my life until 13. So first 13 years, my mom. Then I lived with my dad full time after that. And I could tell you, like the emotional toll of being around her at certainly at the early ages and dealing with that took a lot of unpacking. I think as far as having an absent father is certainly bad too, but I was certainly able to get it as I got older, again, being around men, then being around brotherhoods, fraternal organizations. You know, you can find male models or people who can influence. I remember to this day, teachers that I had, one teacher in particular, Mr. Bailey, who was my English teacher in high school. And he was just such a very strong masculine figure, but everybody respected him. And, he would be stern with you, but again, you could talk to him. He would, you sat around him like, so men who aren't even your father, I think they can fill that gap. But the imprint that a mom, especially early on, that she can imprint on you, I think that can have a lot of damage on you that can take, years to unpack that. So I can't, so I would have to say the mom, because again, that's your first teacher. And that's really, a lot of, I can still remember to this day, as early as I can remember, things that my mom did. But that can still, at an instant, I can just think about it. But no, male figures, you can find male role models, especially if you're involved in sports, if you're involved in certain activities. I think you can find it to help to fill that gap. I'm not saying that fathers aren't important. Trust me, they are. But if you had to choose the lesser of two evils, then yeah.
Well, yes, I see Tommy B said, mom. I think who said both? Oh, Black David said both. Mantrell said mom as well. So I don't.
You can't answer this question with both because it says worse. So you can't even answer it with both. One of them has to be worse.
Right.
But the reason why I say the mom is because the mom is present and creating damage. Nobody's saying that the dad being gone is not damaging. It absolutely is. We see people overcome that every day. But it's rare when you have a true toxic mom. And for me, the toxic moms that I've seen are generally physically and mentally abusive as hell. Like some of the worst abuse I've seen from parents come from toxic moms. And literally coming from the same family I was talking about, my auntie, shit, she's the only one out of all her siblings, I'm trying to think, that's lost a child. She's lost two of her kids already. And the only one that's pretty much doing decently is the one that kind of got away from her.
See, I don't like the. Oh, sorry.
And she was toxic from what I just said, as far as physically and mentally.
And that's usually why the father leaves too, because the woman was toxic.
Right, and see, and watch this. So I'll go, and then we ain't signed, and then we got the ladies. We want to let the ladies work it out. Even when I was growing up, man, when I talk to you guys about that 2x4, we laugh about it. We're gonna get into the whippings in a minute. We're gonna get into that in a minute. But we had those things, and I remember seeing my mom do some stuff that I'm just like, damn. Son, you ain't got a cell phone? I think I was like 16, working at a pizza place or something. I went got the AT&T phone, the little phone with the little antenna at the top of it. Oh man, I thought I was the baddest man on the planet. And she was like, "You should go get more." I was like, "Get more?" She said, "Yeah, you just do it and I'll just pay for it." And I remember getting her one, my dad one, right? And come to find, I say, "Mama, the bill do you?" I don't got nothing to do with me. My name not on it. Like they went, my mom was so mean. I was like, she wasn't mean, but she was so manipulative. I was like, damn. Like, and mama was like, that's your responsibility. You got to grow up and be a man and all this. I'm like, man, like, I love her to death, but my mama done did some shit, man, that'll make you like, but I'm gonna let we ain't sign and go. I'll let the ladies cook. But my mama,
he said in the back chat to repeat the question.
Yeah, can you repeat the question, please?
I would throw this one thing in there, and this is just my opinion.
It's at the bottom.
It's at the bottom of the screen. We ain't signing.
If
okay, panel, based on your experience, which is worse, damage of an abusive father or the presence of a toxic mother?
No, an absent
father.
Absence of I can't read today. All right, so I would definitely say the presence of a toxic mother is probably going to be more damaging than an absent father. And the reason why I say that is because you're going to learn toxic behavior. You're going to practice toxic practices, and with the absence of a father, you can overcome that. We see that, right? 70% of us are born born with single parents, majority of single mothers. But as a whole, right, majority of Black people are law-abiding citizens, decent people, right? Like abuse is not rampant as the propaganda is, right? I mean, there are abusive people, there are abusive relationships, and there's abusive parenting, but that's not common, right? They're the minority, less than 20-30%. So I would definitely say toxic mothers in this case, because we got to understand something. Your childhood is your foundation. And I know in the Black community, we like to say, oh, you're 18, you're grown, and that's that. But I think that is very piss poor parenting, right? Your child, until they're 25 years old, right? They're going to need your help, right? 25, 30-ish, around that time, where they can be, you know, solid mentally, financially, you know, emotional control, high EQ, you know, things like that. But so, you know, being in the presence of a toxic mother, that's going to be your foundation. You know, your presence is going to be toxicity, and you're going to reproduce that, right? So it's hands down, in my estimation, it's definitely going to be the toxic mother.
Thank you for that. Now we'll let the ladies rock it out. So Suzette, I mean, the question's there.
I don't like the posing of this question.
Me
I think
too. Thank you, because I was going to say the same exact thing. Thank you.
This is not something
It's
that people should
it's
answer.
automatically set up.
That's
Whatever
I feel
parent
like,
is
yeah,
there is going to be the
I
one
don't
that's.
think this is a good question. Shout out to Sir Hell Speak. I love Sir Hell Speaks, but I'm just saying the framing of it, both are bad.
Yes.
Yeah. Both have a damaging impact. To try to say, like, I don't know, that's what I call victim Olympics. I don't agree with what was being characterized as victim Olympics before, which I wanted to address from when that comment was placed up, but I know we're on this. But yeah, I don't think this, I don't see how you can, I don't know how to answer this. I think both are bad. I think I would just substitute with an absentee parent or a toxic parent. Maybe I could understand that a little bit clearly, because there's also the overlay of the role of the dad. I've not grown up in a single parent household, so I don't think I'm qualified to even characterize it. I mean, obviously you don't have to have lived the experience to give a commentary, but I don't know how to answer this question. I think both would be damaging. Worse, a toxic parent present is just damaging.
Right.
An absentee parent is also damaging into a person's development of their sense of self. Worse, I guess toxicity that you live with is worse than toxicity that you don't live with, I guess. It's the best way I could probably answer that. But I don't like the comparison.
All right. No, so let me can it in.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing as Suzette Speaks. I 100% don't like the framing. Granted, the question is what the question is, but the question has some preconceived notions already, you know, about mothers and fathers and these different roles, right? As if it couldn't be an absentee mother and a toxic father. Like, why are we automatically assuming that the toxic moms and absentee fathers is just too much there? So whatever parent that's there that's teaching toxicity is the most damaging one, whether it's the male or female. The other thing I want to say is that, there's damage on both sides. Like 100%, I'm just reiterating what Suzette said, because I was going to say the same thing. I was a foster mom for just a couple of years. Very difficult. And I've seen some toxic fathers. I've stories about toxic fathers. I've seen absentee mothers, and it's damaging. And these, I could tell you, from depending on like the dynamics, whether you're talking about a young girl wanting her father, just wanting her father and not having a man, her first love, that respects her and shows her how to be cared for, and that is extremely damaging, because then she's out there getting fed trash to these young boys that just trying to get into her pants, because she just wants to be loved, because she doesn't know what a male attention, positive male attention, feels like. So damaging, it can just really run the gamut here. And so I'm not a sociologist. I'm not an expert in this matter. It really can create damage all over. But like, I totally believe that whoever's there creating that toxicity is probably most damaging. But there's definitely damage in absentee fathers, because men, you are valuable. Even when you're not around, you're longed for. These kids are wanting you. They love you. They want you. They want to know who you are, what you're like. They desire you. And so when they don't have you in their lives, they're easy to be like, you've heard about some of these predators who they look for children in which the father is not around. So the damage might not be there, but the damage is waiting to happen, because all the positive influence that you were supposed to put into that woman, that put into that child, didn't happen. And so therefore we have someone that's just waiting to take advantage. So that's just where I stand. I'm basically just repeating what Suzette said. I don't like the framing of the question, because whoever is there, but the question is the question, and I believe if I'm going to answer the question for the way that it is, I'm going to say the toxic parent or whoever's toxic that's there.
Okay. And last but not least, the book of Genesis.
Well, I don't have experience. I grew up with both of my parents at home. But if I had to give an opinion, then I think I'm gonna have to echo what the other ladies on the panel are saying. They all are damaging. You know, if it's a dad that's missing and there's a young lady and she's searching for what she didn't get from her dad, and she's going from man to man or with older men and sleeping around or something, having children out of wedlock or whatever, that could potentially affect generations, and lead to generational curses being passed down. And the same goes true for being in the home with the toxic parent. If you're raised by the toxic parent, then you could pick up the toxic tendencies, and that could be a generational curse that you're passing down. So I don't know that we can isolate one or the other and say that they're worse, because they all have potentially long-lasting negative effects.
I would say the difference is with an absent father or parent, there's step parents that can come in and fill that role. And yes, there'll still be a hole, but they can fill that role. Ain't nothing fixing a toxic parent. Nothing.
It's not. But even if you have a step parent, I mean, nowadays, you have to be worried about that, because
No, absolutely. But I'm
we
saying
hear
there's a course that
a
can.
lot of girls, are violated
No, I
when
agree with you.
other men are brought into the home.
But what I'm
So
saying is there's a situation where that can possibly, I'm not going to say fix, but be kind of mended a little bit.
I don't agree with you. Missing a dad, you're saying?
I'm saying if you're missing a dad and a step parent comes in and plays that role, there still be something missing, but you can still kind of get that same thing. But
I was reading the chat.
with a toxic parent,
Mhm.
I don't care who come around. It's a wrap.
But then in the case, everybody doesn't know that they're toxic. Everybody doesn't know that they're toxic.
Okay, so
We've
I don't use the word
normalized
toxic
a lot
like
I'm saying we've
lightly. So
normalized a lot of these toxic
yeah,
behaviors. I mean,
well,
just like we're talking about our childhoods and things that were done that were really abuse, we've normalized those things. So you couldn't tell us when we were kids that those things were toxic.
but when I
That
go
was
to,
dysfunction, because we didn't know that.
I use toxic as an
the
extreme.
thing
I don't
about
use
it is
toxic as just a
whether
regular thing to
right.
use. So I don't go, oh, I didn't agree with my parents doing this, so it's toxic. When I say toxic, I mean calling your kid a bitch. I mean like toxic. You know what I'm saying? Like
They
me
have to
getting an ass whooping, I don't
recognize
look
that
as
it's
being toxic. I just see that as my parents didn't. That's
So
that's
does
what they knew to do.
toxic equal abuse in this scenario?
You guys hear me or no?
Yeah, we hear you, Will.
We got you.
We hear you.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I
that's
just want
who's talking. We couldn't, cause it sounded like an echo. Sorry.
yes, I just want to say that regardless if we know it's toxic or not, it's still toxic, and you're still getting the influence of that toxicity, and you're in the surroundings of that toxicity, right? So the parent, the present parent that is toxic is definitely going to have a much more negative impact than the absentee parent. We're not saying that not both will have negative impacts, but if you're bathing in toxicity day after day after day, obviously that's going to have the higher impact, right? Obviously, it's going to have the higher impact.
Because the toxic parent is present and doing toxic stuff day in and day out.
Right, you're learning the behaviors, you're learning the practices, you're learning how to treat people based off of the environment and what you're taught, because the parents are the first teachers and they're your first love, right? That's why when we look on the global scale, majority of people marry their parents, right? Because your parent is your first love.
Majority of people become their parents.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not gonna marry anyone like my mother. I love her to death. I told my mom to my
no. But that's what I'm saying from a global perspective.
Yeah,
not
I
an
told my mom to
individual.
her face before,
Right.
I love you with all my heart, Mom, but I could never marry a woman like you. God bless my father's soul, but I mean, God bless the part about how he did it for 32 years. Hey.
Hey, them OGs dealt with some shit, bro.
Yeah, boy. I don't. How that man? How the old man did it? 32,
My grandma
32
pulled
years,
straight
oh.
pistol out on my grandfather like they was wicked back in the day.
And then my mom had the nerve to ask me, "Is it that bad? Is that bad?" Yes, mother.
So listen,
You
guys,
off the chain.
hey, thank
Man,
you
we
guys
got
for being
the
here.
nagging, bro.
If
The
you're
nagging,
just
I
getting
can't-
in,
Yes.
if you're just coming on the show right now, please hit the like and subscribe button. As you see, we have a platform full of content creators. Please, Book of Genesis, subscribe to her. You also have the lovely Candid Ann here tonight. Subscribe to her. The lovely Suzette is here tonight as well. Make sure you subscribe to her as well. Tommy B, K Soul, my guy Jedi Mike is in the building. Remember, Canadian born. He's in the back, sleep on his bunk bed. He'll be back in a second. Tommy
Trying to hide from that
Tommy
stick with the
B.
holes in it. That's what he's
Right,
doing.
and subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered. But listen, I want to make sure in chat. Thank you guys for everything that you put in the chat. We appreciate the questions. I'm gonna read another one. Then we're gonna go into another conversation. I'm gonna keep you guys quick, so keep the questions coming. Big Bad Boy has something to say. Now he directed this to Mandrell, but this is going to lead into the next segment of what we're going to be talking
What
about.
do you have to say to me?
He said, at Mandrell, you seriously need to quit promoting child abuse. Beating children is just flat out lazy and ignorant. Now, so now we're going to go into the discipline part, what we call whoopings. Were they? We'll address Big Bad Bull first. Anybody want to address Big Bad Bull
What's the
first?
Karate Kid in the bottom?
I agree with him to an extent, but bro, there is a such thing as a bad kid. I was a bad kid.
So
I have a bad kid. My struggle with it though is and kind of what I have an issue with a lot of parents is you're holding your toddler to adult rules. And that's where I get frustrated with a lot of parents. For me in general, and people think I'm crazy for it, but I let them do damn near whatever they want to do. My son, as soon as he comes in my house, jumps on my couch, throws all the pillows on the, like literally like clockwork, throws all the pillows on the ground.
How old is your son?
He's
Tommy?
2.
Exactly.
But no, hold on. But my son also, when I tell him not to do something, will look me in my eye and go do the shit anyway.
Well, he's Tommy again. He's
My
2.
son
He's gonna do
has
that.
walked up to my dad and fired on him.
For a reason.
He's 2, Tommy.
he's 2, Tommy.
Kids
My
are gonna
dad
do
has
that.
also, my son has also walked up to my dad when he told him something and fired on him.
Wow.
Well, you might
He
wanna get a hold
different,
of that
bro.
now. You might want to get a hold of that part right there.
That's what I'm saying.
But the
But
thing is,
again, compared to me growing up, he got it easy. Because half the shit he was doing, I'd have been through somebody's window, like just straight up. But it's, I think it's a balance. Because one thing, like I was talking to his mom, and I said one thing that I struggle with is, so I know kids, and like you guys are saying this too, and I tell people all the time, like kids are free until we come around. Like when we come around, we introduce them to these rules and stuff like that. That's what boxes a kid in. If we weren't around, they can do whatever they want to. Their imagination goes. For me, I want him to have order, but at the same time, I don't want to mess up his imagination. And I think, to be honest with you, that's what a lot of black folks do. I think that's what we grew up having done to us, was we weren't allowed to have the imagination we should have as a kid. Because one thing I try to explain to a lot of parents, like with my kid, like I joke about him getting into stuff, but I get why he's getting into stuff. He's been on earth for 2 years. Everything is new to him. But see, for me, I break things down simple like that. Most parents don't. So I can look at him do something crazy and go, bro, been here for 2 years. Like everything is new to him. Of course he's trying to find out this and that and yada, yada, yada. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I even joke with him, you know, when they do certain stuff, and I'm like, bro, I don't know you like that. I only know you for 2 years. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't think people literally break it down. Like these kids have been here for only as many years as they are years old, and they're usually most annoying between like 2 and 4. But that's the imagination. So for me, I mean, they take over my TVs. They got the Toy Story on the living room, the room. You feel me? They run back and forth. They tear their older sister room up. Like it's. But I let them do that because I don't want to stunt their imagination and stuff. I don't know. Call me crazy. It's just something that I think of.
That's
And I want them to be free.
That's when their brain has the most elasticity.
Yeah.
They should be learning. They should be
And the thing
touching.
is, people misunderstand me when I talk about I agree with capital punishment and some of these kids need
Corporal.
Corporal, not capital. Shit, capital.
God damn, man.
Listen, I agree with capital and corporal.
Yeah, it was a slip of the tongue. All right, a slip of the tongue. All right, people misunderstand me when I say this. Your child is 2 years old. I agree wholeheartedly with the way you're handling him.
Yeah.
Now, there might be a time or two in his life where you might have to take your hand and just pop him on the leg or something.
Yeah.
Nothing abusive. You don't beat the child at 2. It's 2.
Yeah.
Pop him and then look at no.
Yeah.
And then watch him turn around and his feelings may be hurt, but he'll be all right.
Yeah.
He's 2. He got the point. Now, when it comes to whooping kids, you whoop them enough to make your point and leave it alone. You don't beat a child for 15 minutes. You know what I'm saying, over a bad report card.
Sweating.
Right. Yeah, you sweat. You whooping them and you sweating.
So hold on,
you're doing the whooping and you sweating.
Am I the only one got those report card ass whooping?
I'm talking about sweating.
But I'll give you
Why am I in the National Honor Society?
Black Man Unfiltered.
I'll give you one, Black Man.
Look, this is how I can describe my childhood to you. Take every report card I have and multiply it by about 4, and that's the ass whoopings I got as a kid.
Now,
Like
here's the thing
every report card was an ass whooping party.
I'll give you this one. I never made anything. I always made straight A's in like English and stuff like that, right? I made good grades anyway in school. One time I brought home a B in English. And I think I was in junior high or something like that. My mom was like, "What the hell's going on here? You never made a B in English." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's a B." I'm thinking it's all right. Still on the honor roll. You know what I mean? No harm, no foul. Nope, she wasn't hearing it. Your grades are slipping. Why? I'm like, oh, come on.
So did you get beat for that?
I did get a whooping for that.
I got spanked for B's. I got spanked for B's.
I never got hit for my. I never got. I always came home with good grades, but I got hit for having a smart mouth. All right.
See, now this is the question.
I got choked up for that.
This is the question for everybody.
Body slam.
And I'm gonna start.
I'm gonna
start with Mr. Bennett first. I'm gonna start with Mr. Bennett first, or open conversation, guys. Anybody can jump in, but do we think this is the question? This is gonna be hard. Do we think that the punishment, not capital, corporal, the corporal punishment that we got from our parents, the extension cords, the sticks, the brooms, the skillets, the spatulas, the 2x4s, the shoes, the helmets, the pads, the refrigerator doors, anything, right? Because your mom used to pick up anything and pick it up and throw it at you. I
Black
mean,
man.
kitchen chairs.
Here's my problem with that, and this is kind of what I'm thinking about when my kid gets older, and why I probably won't, or at least take a deep breath, is I think a lot of the parents when we were growing up, I think I would say mistakenly, took out a lot of their stresses of the day out on that kid. And when I say that, I mean, when they got home, you was just the tip of the iceberg. And for me, that scares
the
me.
last straw.
Exactly. So for me, that scares me because I 100% don't want that. Like if I end up having to do that, I want it to be 100% that, and not because I had a bad day at work, I got money issues, I got this and that. I want it to be exactly that. So I know I won't go overboard. So I won't be in his room looking for whelps to see if he got to go to school in the morning and stuff like that. Like,
right.
I think that's a huge part of it.
Right. And with the welts and like I said, I've experienced all of it with the welts and the knots and all this other stuff. The question is to you guys, after I explain all those things, do you guys believe that what we went through as children, as far as the whoopings and the beatings and the extracurricular stuff like extension cords, racetracks and whatever, pots, pans, brooms, do you guys think that was toxic parenting?
For me, I feel like for me, now I can't speak on Tommy B because he said he was a badass kid. And if that's what he says, I'm going to hold him to it. But I never was a bad kid. My parents, just like Suzette Caribbean parents, and I still have marks on my neck from when my mom snatched my ass up. And I'm, so it wasn't necessary. I feel like if you could just talk to me, and that's why me and my father are this close. I wasn't a kid that you needed to hit all the time. And sometimes you hit me, I didn't even understand what the hell was going on. Like, I didn't understand the reasoning. I just was confused. And then I became fearful. I was afraid to make a move because I don't know if I'm getting in trouble and I'm not sure what the right choice is. And I just don't want to get hit, So I think you really have to gauge how your child understands. You can't just apply the same kind of pressure to each kid. Like some kids, you don't have to do that. I don't have kids, so I'm just speaking, based on my experience as a child, not based on my experience as a parent, because I don't know that aspect of it. But I feel like, you got to know your kids. Some kids you might be able just to talk to and explain things to. I have, my husband has a niece. She never got hit. She's a great kid. Just talking to her made her cry. Tell her, I'm very disappointed in you. I'm very disappointed. And I heard she would just cry. She'd be so upset.
That's my
Well,
oldest
other
daughter.
kids, you need to beat their ass, I suppose, because that didn't bother them at all. So you got to know your kids. You can't apply the same kind of tactics to each kid. But it takes parents like taking the opportunity to know your child.
Yeah,
Right.
she's 100% right.
Right, you're right. And,
The punishment
hold
has
on
to
one
fit the
second,
crime.
man, Gerald. So I'm gonna say this, guys, something that y'all cook. It used to be, and you said something, Kennedy, and you said it can't be the same punishment for every child. And I'm gonna let Mr. Bennett work here because I did say he was gonna speak on it first. But I remember my mom would come in the house and she'd say, "Who went in the kitchen and ate that cake out of that cake off that counter?" And all of us would be in the house and say, "I don't know." She said, "Okay." And she said, "I'm gonna whoop everybody ass here, and I'm gonna get the right one."
Everybody get it.
Yep.
Everybody got a beating, even
And
if
I
you were
dare
innocent.
somebody
you
to
got your ass
snitch.
beat.
Yeah.
And my mama said, "I can't go wrong with beating all y'all asses because I'm going to get the right one. The person that ate the cake gonna get their asses whooped." But
I
the
had a
other people
grandmama
gotta
like that,
suffer.
man.
Yeah.
Did she ever
everybody else got to
apologize to
suffer.
the ones that caught the
Right.
beating of it
No,
out?
No, there was no apology.
Yeah,
No.
I don't.
No.
This is, this is nonsense because children are going to eat cake. What the fuck are we doing here? I'm getting sick of this fucking conversation.
No, but
like
so
children are going to eat cake.
I'll
They're
push
going to
back
eat
on that
pie.
though,
They're going to
Kennedy.
spill milk. Are we beating kids for stupidness like this? It's just too much for me. It seems like at this point it's seeming abusive to me. Like I can understand if you're trying to save a kid's life and it needed to be quick, swift action. You don't have time to explain. But we beating kids over eating cake? Is this
Well,
what
take my mom. It was a lot of us in the house. It was 9 of us at the time, right? So my mama said, when I go get groceries and I bring them in the house, this shit gotta last. And y'all in here eating all this shit up, and I ain't got no money to go buy no groceries. And I'm telling y'all right now, don't open nothing. Don't go in there mess with them cakes, them Star Crunch, them goddamn nothing. Don't cook nothing unless I give you permission to do it. And if I catch you, you're done.
But
It's not
they
about the
buying
cake,
all the
but
sweet shit. Tell me,
I feel like, is there not a
the
better
shit
way? Like, if
that
you
kids
guys
will
got the
eat.
cake, right? Is there not a better way to teach these children? If the cake was there and you ate the cake on the first day, then you don't have cake for the next 15 days, then you would get it. Like, is there not any more creativity? You can't do
There
nothing
are,
else
but
than
why
distract these kids.
would I have to? No, Kennedy, why do I have to deal with that when you need to just do what I say because I said it?
Yeah, it's
If you
universal.
don't,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this
Because
wood
they're
on your
children
ass.
and they're not going to.
Exactly. We expect
Exactly.
children to reason like adults do.
You can't. It's like Tommy said. When we start holding kids to adult standards, that's where we go wrong. I do not promote child abuse in any shape, form, or fashion, but there are times where the occasion calls for it, where a pop or two is relevant.
But our parents were not like that though. My mama had this damn thing that she made. I said, "Mama, did you learn this in school or did you take a carpentry class?" She had this damn 2x4 cut down the damn middle, shaved around the edges she had black tape wrapped around the damn handle with holes drilled in that. And when she hit your ass, it felt like a lizard. Hit your ass and pulled your ass cheek off. It was hard.
That's passed down. That's passed down. She didn't make that up.
Yeah, see? Oh, so
Who
you got
comes
to
up with
see
that?
But it's like what Candace is saying is spot on. Like my oldest daughter, like it frustrates me because like as soon as I start talking, she's just gone waterworks. Ah! And I'm like, I ain't even got in my bag yet. Like I ain't even like, you feel me? Like she just
Her daddy hurt her feelings, Tommy. That's what it
baby on the
is.
pictures this weekend at the park.
yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
great, yeah. So it's like she's 100% right. Like And that's why I say, as far as with me, bro, like we shut out the neighbor's window. We shot a hole in the ceiling. Like we were wild.
Horrible.
Yeah. So I understand. We stole a car. Like, you feel me? Like I understood.
I put gas in the tub and threw firecrackers in the bitch.
Well, then you might need to be.
You deserve that whooping, and I endorse it.
Said, what?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
deserve that.
it's a whole other level of stuff. But
that right there, what Black Man did, that's grounds for an ass whooping.
Yes, it is.
where
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Stuff like
Certain
that.
things, but not everything.
But you know
No,
what?
not everything.
But
It
like
sounds
Black,
like we might be generationally speaking. I don't
But
know.
Black-
if we're
yeah,
all
Black David-
like 80s or 90s babies,
Right.
70s, 80s, 90s. I don't know what it is.
Black David had a point. When Black David said they had creative ways, I remember my aunt, and I just wanted to, I wanted to delete her in her sleep so many nights when we stayed over there. She would whoop your ass, and she would call you in. She said, "Lay on the floor, take your clothes off." I said, "Take my clothes off." She said, "Yep." Go ahead, throw up. I said, "Oh my God." I said, "Can I call my mama?" She said, "Your mama ain't finna tell me nothing." And she would make you lay on the floor with your clothes off, and she would put a chair over the top part of your body. You got that too? And she was sitting.
my mama sat directly on me, bro. Worst one I've ever gotten.
You can roll.
Jesus
the
Christ,
damn
bro.
chair is sitting on your body, and the weight of her is on the chair.
And they tearing
you
that
just sit
same
like this.
spot up.
And she just
God
whop,
damn.
pop from every corner. She
Now,
just
now,
go
later
in-
on, Black Man, later on, I'm gonna need you to describe that to me
Man,
again.
you don't want
I've
me
never
to-
had that
Nah.
one.
Me either.
I've never
You
had
do not want me to describe what I've seen and dealt with.
Now, Africans, I've been to Africa, and Black David, he hasn't told you anything at all. The Africans, yeah, they're crazy.
Can I start?
Let's
Can
get
I
Mr.
start
Bennett.
with it?
Hold on, real
What
quick,
Africans
Black
do to their
David.
kids.
Let's get Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts? Did you get whoopings like that growing up?
Indeed, yes.
See?
And I agree. I think it's all abusive. And again, I think a lot of times when we talk about the use of corporal punishment, we always talk about it in this sort of sanitized way. All it should be used for correction and discipline. But unfortunately, a lot of people simply just don't know where to draw the line. Most of the time, you're going to whip your child out of frustration. The fact that you're grabbing race car tracks or cords are the first thing that you can get. That's obviously something that's not well thought out. And the stuff that has been well thought out, like the 2x4 that you were talking about with the holes, I mean, you're literally crafting a weapon. so I mean, so I think that I think that what's happening, and I know this is across the board, like I said, African parents, like I said, the Caribbean, the Latino parents or whatnot. But again, I think just speaking of our community, a lot of times we romanticize this stuff as if, and we share these war stories about how we got, with the worst things or whatever. And I think that, I would ask for a moratorium. I honestly would, until people can, learn, how to make the distinctions between, when you're angry or how, or if you truly want to discipline your children or correct them, learn how to do that. Like I said, fortunately, my situation, if I might have spanked my a child on the butt 1 or 2 times or on the wrist, this hurts more than anything. Just getting, even if someone does it now, just slap you on the wrist if you do it right. But I've never, and that was decision that my wife and I made, that what was done to us we would never do to our children, and fortunately we never had to engage in that kind of discipline to our children. Again, learning that there's other ways to discipline your children. But I really think that if we got away from this glamorizing it, or and a lot of stuff is again passed down from how our parents were with, because again, my parents are not only from an older generation, they're from the South also, they're from Georgia. So I mean, that type of discipline, again, I think that's learned. So yeah, I would call honestly for a moratorium in our community on corporal punishment until we learn how to better how to deal with our own anger, how we deal with ourselves with the conflicts that we have, and then pass that on to our children. I just don't advocate the practice. Now this gets me looks even when I talk about this in my church. People look at me the other, kind of cross-eyed that way, but I truly just don't believe it's something that we should be emphasizing at this point. I would like to see let's put it into it until we better learn how to use it properly.
Yeah, I think that, when it comes to that though, and like you said, we romanticize it. People, so do you think that's trauma when people sit back, like right now? We're talking about it right now, and people on the thing were like, "Hell yeah, I had that too." It's like, is that trauma? Would you say that's trauma when we're sitting here
It was
laughing about the kind of ass beatings
I
that
don't
we
know if
got?
it's so much trauma. I think it's like anything else. It's like, you're with a group of like-minded people. And I think how we even dealt with it growing up, because everybody was basically being treated the same way.
Right.
Now you have a lot of different parenting styles, but if everybody on the block got the same type of whooping or whatever, you thought that was just normal. So a lot of what we internalize as trauma or dysfunction or whatever is basically how we relate to other people. So if you and I know we're going to get the similar type of whooping down the road or whatever, we just accept it. It's just like a normal thing. But when we can get it together in these groups as people who survive that, I know some people on the panel haven't had that, but we can sit together and be like, oh yeah, you had the same thing. Yeah, it is a comfort to know that people have gone through the same things, and yet we can still be relatively functional human beings, and we've been able to be successful despite that and whatnot. So yeah, it's like I said, time. They say time does heal some wounds, and it allows us that we can go back and laugh at even in our times when we thought the world was going to end. Going through that situation. Yeah, I mean, it is a bit. It's almost like you're in an AA meeting. It's like
right.
I'm going through the same thing. We can share these war stories, and but look, I can look across and see these men here, men who I respect on this panel as good human beings, and it's like, hey, we're okay.
Right, and I want to say, because I know that my guy K-Soul has to catch a flight in the morning, so he has to get off, along with Suzette as well. So thank you guys for being here. I'll give you your final words, K-Soul, on what what you want to say before you get out. And have a safe flight, bro, as well.
Thank you, appreciate that. I'll just say I grew up getting whoopings, and my experience wasn't a negative one with my whoopings. And I think maybe the way you guys are describing the way you got whooped was a little different for me. So like Candid Ann, like she said, she would get a whooping, but she didn't understand why a lot of the times. My father, when I did get whoopings, I knew exactly why. Matter of fact, I would get a whooping, and then after the fact, he would sit down and he would talk to me about why. And sometimes even before and after, and then he would tell me he loved me. And I also didn't get whoopings for everything. I didn't get whoopings for silly things. I didn't spill, milk, and it's like you're getting a whooping, It usually was something that I knew I wasn't supposed to do. It usually was the last straw. And again, my dad always sat down and talked to me about it, so I had an understanding. And I'll say this, and I know this is not everybody's experience, and again, every kid is different. But for me, a lot of the times when it came to making certain decisions growing up, versus how other people made decisions, I would factor in the fact that I knew if I did this, it was wrong, and I knew the consequences of it. And a lot of times it prevented me from heading down that path. So, whether you agree or disagree, for me, I think I hated whippings, but I think it helped me. I'm glad it happened. I'm grateful for it, but it was never in an abusive manner. I never had anybody like sit on a chair and whoop me or anything like that. And sometimes it wasn't even like, sometimes it was like 3 chops, you know what I'm saying? And then sometimes it was like them crazy, because my parents are from the South. So sometimes I did get like, them whoopings.
The Rambos.
Yeah, them Southern with my mom from Georgia, my dad is from South Carolina. So I think that's just a little different perspective of corporal punishment than maybe like some of you guys. So that's just my experience.
Respect, bro. And again, what your father did, the way he did it, again, that is a proper use, and what was wrapped around it was more as important as the actual discipline itself. But again, for a lot of people, they don't have that understanding.
Well,
and so to me, I almost treat it like, we talked about like in law enforcement, this idea of use of chokeholds, right? So I know you have a lot of law enforcement guys will defend its use, that it's useful but they always put this caveat, if done properly.
Mm-hmm.
But we've seen, unfortunately, too many occasions where it's been, improperly used, and we see the damage of that. So in some cases, they called for moratoriums on its use. So
Yeah, let's get Suzette. Hold on, Suzette got to go as well. So let's get her last words as well.
Oh, you leaving us, Suzette?
Listen, y'all want to be up here. It's midnight my time. Although I am thoroughly enjoying the conversation. So much to say. I guess I'll make my statement a little broader. Just that, yeah, it's okay to acknowledge that your parents had an impact on your life. It's okay to acknowledge it. You can still love them. You can still honor them. You can still seek to repair the relationship with them. You can still seek to see the best in them, while also saying, my behavior now has a direct correlation to how I was raised. And I think we all heal at different rates of speed. Some may get it by 25, some may get it by 45, some may get it by 65. But I think as we are all trying to understand ourselves better, I would just implore everyone to seek help if they need it in terms of therapy. Sometimes it takes Jesus plus therapy, if you are a believer, to move yourself forward and to get deliverance, freedom, and healing so that you do not repeat the cycle. There are healthy Black parents. There's healthy Black love. We happen to be talking about the toxicity tonight, so we're not going to paint everybody with this broad brush. If you didn't have this experience, God bless you. But if you did, it's okay to acknowledge it. You're still a functioning adult. Thank you, God. And we can talk about it. I'll leave you with this. I was watching The View this morning. Viola Davis just wrote her memoir. Shout out to the Academy Award winning, just a phenomenal actress. Talked about how she went through psychotherapy because of latent damaging experiences she had. Viola Davis grew up during a time of segregation. Let's just talk about that. How, there were young white kids that when she would walk to school threw rocks at her, and she being a dark-skinned woman, how it was just imprinted in her mind from everything she saw all around her that she was not desirable. And this Academy Award-winning woman has written a book to unpack that I am this beautiful, stage-worthy, incredible actress, but I'm also this hurt, very vulnerable child that has come of age and now realizes I can be both. I'll leave you with that. God bless y'all.
Thank you so much, Suzette. You have a good night.
All right,
Take care, Suzette. Always a pleasure.
Always.
Thanks for coming out, Suzette. And remember, check my show out tomorrow night.
I will. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
No
problem. All right. So I think that and I want to say this because I know, like you said, we romanticize it a lot. But I remember like the small things, like Candid Ann said, for a piece of cake, hell yeah, a piece of cake was worth $100,000 back in the day. If your ass get caught, you get it was horrible. And I remember my uncle used to put his Mountain Dews in the top of the fridge. And it was summertime in Louisiana. Come on, guys, 110 degrees, 115. Shit, you want us to drink? They told us don't come in the house. Once you leave out the house, they lock the damn screen door. You ain't come back in the house with nothing, no food, no drink. You have to drink out of the spigot, right? Outside.
The hose outside.
The hose outside.
The
right?
hose outside, yeah.
So we found a way to unlatch the thing, come in, and we'd hit the Mountain Dews. And one day my uncle called me because we had a huge family, so we'd go to house during the summer. And my uncle called me, and I was just boop, 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 and he just pushed my head in the refrigerator and just slammed that bitch on my head. Wow. He said, "Stand my damn." He said, I'm telling you, bro. And I told my dad.
I believe you, but that's too much. And my dad's mom, my grandmother on my dad's side, she was hardcore like that. But she didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? She didn't do that. But
man, my uncle says
the hardcore stuff
he was ex-military too. So he was like, stay out of my shit.
I think another big part of it too that's missing too is just education. One of the things, like, and I've said it, that I get why I got so many whoopings as a kid, but the only thing that I would change, and I kind of mentioned it before, is I would seek why I, as a youngster, was acting that way. I remember as a kid being diagnosed with ADD, and then I've heard from I think I had watched Kosher Clinician. And he had did a show, whatever, and then he started. It was just a random show I was watching, and he started talking about the possible effects of ADD. And then when he started reading them off, swear to God, he was reading my whole childhood. Like I've always hung around like the little outlaws. I've always like kind of been, kind of unruly, I guess you say, or whatever. And it literally matched all of that. But I remember being diagnosed with it, and then we just never even followed up on it. I just remember getting diagnosed, and then that was it. So I think that's the only part, I think, as far as like my experience, that I would be like, they probably should have looked more into it. But I mean, like I told you, I earned mine. I earned them things, all of them.
Yeah, and I mean, so we'll go to so we see the E-Man is coming to the building. We got Great Pill Podcast in the building tonight. What's up, fellas? What's up? So I think that we'll go to. So after hearing all this stuff, I would just want to hear from Candid, and I definitely want to hear from Book of Genesis. So when we talked about how we got swole up, Genesis was like, "Oh my God," like I'm telling you guys, it was you couldn't do anything. And Tommy B said something a month ago about he saw a little baby drop. Hey, yeah, there you go. We ain't signing. I don't know what happened to you, brother. I'm glad you're back. So I'll bring you up in a second.
She dropped some barbecue sauce.
Yeah,
out of
drop
a
some
McDonald's
barbecue
thing,
sauce. Yeah.
and her mama went off, and I'm looking at her like,
Wait, say that again. A kid dropped barbecue sauce.
yeah, like the little package of barbecue sauce, dropped it on the floor, and she went off. You know what I'm saying? Da-da-da-da. Or I even had another one, my best friend's wife, and she's gotten out of this, but their daughter is my older daughter's best friend or whatever, so I used to be over there a lot, and something simple like the kid lost the keys. Snapping, yelling, screaming, yelling, maybe get a whipping or whatever. But literally the next week she would lose the keys. And then I literally walked up to her and was like, "So should he beat your ass?" And she looking at me crazy. And I'm like, "But you're holding your kid to a higher standard than you're holding yourself. If your kid lose the keys, you see it fit to whip their ass, but then you can lose the keys and you can just simply go find them."
Do as I say, not as I do.
But Tommy, let me tell you, there's two things I want to comment about. Like, and I'm not gonna take too long. My mom always used to quote the Bible, which is why sometimes I tell people weaponize the Bible. You know that famous quote, "Spare the rod, spoil the child." Right? That was told to me all the time as to the reasoning. And secondly,
which
the other
literally
thing is,
people repeat that, and I still don't know what the fuck it means. It's literally just repeat it. And I'm like, bro, that's not even English to me.
The other thing is too that when I hear some of these stories and I'm in the hospital, and that's why I don't judge some of these people who die alone, right? And they got 3-4 kids, and people are automatically assuming you have 4 kids, and none of these kids come to see their father. None of these kids come to see them. It's just terrible. These kids, I don't judge them. I swear to God, I don't judge them. Because you don't know what the fuck that mom, that dad did to them. You don't know what the dynamics are, and don't have any expectation that if you did some of these things to me, that I'm gonna come. Like if I drop the keys and this is how you treat me, you really expect me to go above and beyond when you're down and out. When I was vulnerable, you didn't have any patience for me. So now that you're vulnerable, you all of a sudden you expect me to have patience for you. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying I understand.
Yeah, it's a touchy situation. I think this is a serious conversation, man. But that a lot of people have, and I can tell the seriousness in your voice, Canaan, that how this affects you. Because even when you were describing your mom, and you said how my mom snatched me up, I can see that right there. Like you was like, that's real serious for you. So this is we're really, talking about something that's real serious here. Black
I mean, I wasn't
like,
abused. I wasn't abused, but I was. It was more than what I needed because I never got bad grades. I wasn't a disrespectful cop. I was just smart with the mouth. I was definitely smart with the mouth. I quick comebacks, and I don't think I always knew what I was saying. I was just being smart, Right. But I learned, my mom didn't have any tolerance for my mouth. Say again.
You're meant to be seen, not heard.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, absolutely. I was.
Did your mama tell you? Did your dad and mama tell you that, Jedi?
Come on,
man. Like you are to be seen and not heard.
Do as I say, not as I do.
But just
All
think about how nuts that is. You telling the kid
That's
that.
dichotomy. There's dichotomy between how we raise our kids and then who we tell them they're supposed to be. We tell them you're supposed to be a leader, not a follower. But then we don't want to allow them to make decisions or choices on their own. Well, how do they become a leader if they don't give it an opportunity to lead?
And I think black
Exactly. Like
people,
question, son. Yeah,
and I
son.
think,
Question everything.
I
All right,
think,
then
I
why did
think,
you lie to me? You
right.
said you were doing this. What the like? Who
And
you
it
talking
was,
to?
Don't ask
Talk to
me.
you.
it was a universal eulogy. It was a universal eulogy. We used to get out the car. My mom had, it was 11 of us. We used to get out the goddamn van, and we used to go in the store. And the white people used to say, "Oh my God, how do you get them to do that? They're so memorable. You know, they walk so straight. They're so quiet.
They
don't
talk
touch
so
anything."
proper.
Because, and I'm looking at the white woman, because before we walked in this mug, my mama told me, don't ask for shit, don't touch shit, don't, you know, and if you do, I'm gonna knock your ass through the sugar aisle. And you know, and so when she called us, my mama would. My mama heck saw your ass in the throat. Bop. You know, you couldn't touch no sugar, you couldn't touch no candy, you couldn't do nothing. And a lot of people would get out of line. My sister would go over there and touch the little goddamn little orange pieces of candy or whatever, and my mom would just
put it back,
hit her in the throat. Hit her in the throat. Put it down.
Oh, in the throat.
Yeah, right in the throat.
How old were you?
You know, put it in the throat.
How old were you?
Huh?
How old were you?
Ooh, about 10, 11.
Y'all
Right
got
in
me.
the throat.
Can I say this also?
I'm rethinking my whole life after tonight. Like I thought I had it bad. I don't have
need to
those
speak
war
on this.
stories. I got whooped, but not to that extent.
Yeah, and I have to say this really quickly, and I won't be too long, I promise. You know, some of
Liam
these
Neeson
things that I
taken.
experience is part of the reason why I didn't want to have kids. You know, because I didn't know what a positive relationship between mother and daughter was like. All I knew is that I didn't want to be the same mother that my mom was to me, right? And that's all that I knew until I figured out later on that there could be a different dynamic. But I was so stuck for so long and not repeating the same thing that I was scared to have kids because I just didn't want to repeat the same bullshit, you know. But
My
Black
dad
David-
told
yeah, Black
And
David.
I
Black David.
and I get that. Here's what I hate more. There are two scriptures that I like to repeat the most. The one you talk about, Candy Air, is on Proverbs chapter 13, verse 24. He that spares the rod does not love that child, but to forget the other verse, that he that loves that discipline him promptly. There's another one they use is also on Ephesians chapter 6, verse 1 and 2. They say, respect the mother and their father, for they shall be numbered. Yeah, they will quote that one, but will never quote
yes,
the other one that say, parents, do not provoke your
Provoke
children
your children
beyond
to
right.
anger. Uh-huh. Yeah.
So
Come on.
I was the nerdy ass kid who understood the Bible far more than my mom and my dad joined together, even they have certain titles in the church. And I throw right back at them. I get in trouble for that. What I noticed was that, culturally speaking, there are parents who don't have the level of wisdom or insight or foresight when it comes to disciplining their kids. They beat their kid out of anger. Yet I was a smart ass kid. And I was that type of kid. If I predict something, if you think I'm lying, when it come back and it happened, all the elders that look at me and start being afraid of me. They were like, okay, he sees certain things, so they'll hide from me. So I want to see another pattern. So I was known of blowing people's spot up. If I
yeah.
see
And
a
the
certain
thing is, I
pattern,
agree with you. I relate to that because my
number two.
parents, being from the Caribbean, this is back in Barbados. You guys know Barbados for Rihanna and how beautiful
Ooh,
it was,
yes.
but
That's where you from?
my family is from Barbados. Yeah,
Ooh,
everyone
I
from
know. I see.
Barbados.
Oh, they answer a whole lot of questions, Candy. They answer a whole lot of questions for me, baby. I already
Yeah,
see that.
Bayesian titty
Beta.
bone. Okay, but listen, back when my mom grew up, you know, my mom was born in 1950. My father was born in 1943. Barbados was separated. White kids and black kids went to school separately. It was literally separate. My mom remembers getting her first set of shoes. Like the schoolmaster was allowed to beat you just for having dirty fingernails, or if your hair wasn't clean, like neat, they would literally beat you, you know. And so I say all that to say, like, my parents didn't finish even high school. You know, my grandmother didn't know how to read and write when she died at 80 something years old. She never even knew how to read and write. So the point really is that when I went to school, I feel like, and I wonder if my mom had some insecurity because she would always say, you know, you think you got a lot of education? I got common sense. You might got more book education, but I got more common sense, you know. And and it would be like I didn't even
And that's
understand
the
what the hell
same
she was
thing now.
talking about.
There's no
Absolutely.
difference.
I did not even get it. Like if you would just talk to me, like there was. So I'm realizing
And
through
there's a
this
problem
conversation
behind
there
that.
must have been a lot of insecurity, unnecessarily so, because I didn't know what the hell she was talking about.
It's
So
not
let's
about.
get Great Peel in here first. Let's get Great Peel. Great Peel. What you
Hey,
got for us,
welcome,
buddy?
welcome.
Hey, well, first of all, let me put some respect on email thing real quick. Because we had something going on last week, so I had to apologize to him first for because I had some technical difficulty on my end, so I canceled last week. And I asked him, he took time out of his daily schedule to join the panel as a guest for this previous Saturday. But I will let him know he's more than welcome to come on. We're having Nathan Dane as a guest for this Saturday for the same topic discussion. So you're more than welcome, E-Man. That's number one. Then number two, for I know that we'll talk behind the scenes, Miss Ann, for next following Saturday. So we'll discuss that. But as far as my thoughts and everything else, yeah, it's abuse. I mean, we can laugh at it or whatever. It doesn't matter if it's the whole neighborhood is getting beat by the kids, because I was one of those kids too. It's still abuse. You know what I'm saying? Even though sadly they took it as the norm. Put your finger down, man. We can justify it's the norm, which to us it was. We make jokes about it, but that's how people kind of laugh and try to move past those type of dramas. Those traumas. Even looking back, I hope people try to learn from their parents' mistakes, because everybody say, hey, I want to be better than my parents, right? So if you know your mother or your grandmother going upside your head with the 2x4, switches, extension cord, hands, slap in the face with keys, belt, the buckle belt, and I'm naming stuff that happened to me. You know what I'm saying? And these are things
you got
that
some ass whoopers like that too?
Bro, I'm from the South. I got it all. So when all those things happen to you and you look back and say, hey, I don't want to be nothing like them. So you try to find ways. And shout out to Tommy B, because he actually had the thought process, say, hey, I'm going to look into these reasons why. Most people don't have those reasons why. And I don't want to call them my stupid, but they stuck on that mindset. Well, my grandmother did it. Well, my mama did it. So it got to be okay for me because I'm all right too.
I gotta give credit to my pops though, because he pounded in my head whenever I was a kid, is when you have kids, take the stuff that you like that we did and all the stuff that you don't, do it your way.
See,
he always told us that. So
see, he's a smart man, just like the brother just left. Like, I wish I had a dad or a mother figure, like, explain it while before I'm getting. Let me warn you, because even in my time when I was in a relationship and I was raising a child and they was young, before I even did anything to them, I'll pre-warn them. And then when they came on, and then I took them chastising moments, I'll give it to him. And I give an example. I had a kid was like, I was helping him with his ABCs, right? So I'm spreading out. So Monday to Friday, we go on. But he was that knucklehead type of kid. Like, he'll do good 1 or 2 days, and he just F up the next day. And I couldn't understand why. So we'll talk. And then he'll do the same thing. We'll talk. And I stayed on him. I wasn't one of the parents just like say a few light words and then let them run amok all week. It doesn't work like that. Your mom, your dad, your guardian 24/7. Since everybody want to quote Bibles and books, that's a phrase too. You're a parent 24/7. Your job do not stop until you're dead. Until you're deleted, or the other. God forbid. So that's what I've instilled in that child. And then at the moment in the week, he got all his grades right. And then out of somewhere, I come to the school to come pick him up. And every other kid playing the playground, guess who's not playing? That kid with the teacher. We're holding her hand. And I'm just like rolling my eyes as I'm walking to him like, what could it be? What can it be? And she tells me everything he did. I look at him. I said, what do you have to say? I mean, we're good. Just be honest. Is it true? And she's like, yes, that's okay. What I do, I didn't beat him. I grabbed his ear. We walked all the way back home. And the whole neighborhood knows them. They're like, hey, Angel's dad. Hey, Angel's, hey. And I walk them up to home. And we had a whole other conversation. I explained to them, this is why you might get your butt beat. This is why. I talk to you. I chastise you. Mr. Bennett, hey, I gave the slaps, the little warnings. Now you about to really get it. This is why. And when I gave it to him, he like Homer Simpson on the floor twirling. Oh, my God, Dad, I'm going to be good. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. And when we're done, I didn't I did not spoil him. We had a good dinner. He had his ice cream, and every time he'll, in his way, get triggered and trying to want to ask for something. Nope, we're gonna have that talk. Remember why? This is why you're in punishment. And I left it like that. And I'll let turn it over to E-Man.
All right, before you turn it over to E-Man, let me all right, you can go now, E-Man. I'm ready.
What the hell that supposed to mean?
She's stressing.
You better fill it up. You better fill your cup. E-Man's about to go on.
I do bottles.
Oh, if I may.
Go roll something right quick.
Test me.
E-Man, what's up, man?
Hey guys, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
What's happening, E-Man?
Yeah.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Got your ass whooped?
Oh yeah, I did, and it was the best thing that ever happened to me.
You want another one?
It was a lot. It was a lot of stuff that was said. So let me try to brief it up in a quick 2-minute summary.
Well, did you hear my apology, sir?
Oh no, I had to take care of something. I didn't.
Okay, I want to put respect to you. I wanted to put respect to your name, E-Man, because I wanted to. I sent you a text, but I wanted to apologize. You know, because I don't run around looking for people. If I find you, I'm gonna apologize about last week Saturday. But you're more than welcome, bro, to come on this Saturday. Gonna be the same topic, same discussion, and Nathan Dan's gonna be on for this Saturday, so that's confirmed. So you're more than welcome.
Yeah.
So I want to put respect to your name and apologize for inconveniencing your time for this Saturday that passed.
Yeah, bro, I understand things happening. I appreciate that. That says a lot about your character. But I didn't hear it, so I appreciate you definitely bringing that up.
Mm-hmm.
So, on the topic, I think this is the problem with society today. I think the biggest problem with society today is that what we do is we look at the past and we measure it by the future. And yes, what our parents did, if they did it today, it wouldn't be correct. But if we understand what was happening in that time, discipline was a very important thing, especially for Black men. Because if you wasn't disciplined, that could have been your life. And so when it comes down to this thing, I'm not talking for Black women. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Black man Pacific. If our parents did not put discipline in us, especially when you start talking about when it was the Jim Crow era, or when you go a little bit farther, when you talk about how racism was in the world, if we didn't have that discipline, we would have got the mouthing off to white folks. So we was to go talk to someone else. That could have been our life. We could have been lynched. We could have been hung. And so now we can look at it today and say, oh, it doesn't fit this time with these rules, but some of those things was fit. Now, I do agree that some parents went completely overboard. When I hear Black Man Unfiltered tell his story, she's sitting on a chair, that was overboard. We understand that some parents did, but whipping was something that was necessary in those days and those times, because it was the way that we taught. It wasn't, and as we educated ourselves and we got more wiser, we start discipline totally different. I can tell you tragic stories that I went through with my stepfather, but I believe this right here. He was the biggest and best hustler I ever knew in my life. I seen this man walk out the door with a soap in a bucket and come back with thousands of dollars because he found ways to wash cars. Not even an educated man. So I really try to look and see what can I pull out of this thing. I had bad days, but when I really think about it, I had more good days than bad days. And that's the type of things that we gotta look at. And my last point that I want to make is this: at 18, every man need to look in the mirror and he need to say, what happens to me from now on is not my parents' responsibility, it is my responsibility. And that's what I did. The reason I was able to reconnect with all the people that caused trauma to me is because I realized once I became an adult, they was responsible for my childhood, not my adulthood. And I took accountability and said any trauma that I did get in my childhood is my responsibility to fix it. This is the problem. We have a lot of people running the victim Olympics because they want to blame everybody. I know people 60 years old still talking about what their mama did at 7. Come on now. At what point do we take accountability?
I have a great uncle. In the year 2005, he was still scared to sit in a restaurant with white folks.
That's trauma. That's trauma. That's not You can't get on nobody for having that when that's mental trauma.
You can't tell anybody to just get over your trauma.
Right? You can't get over your trauma.
Yes, you can. See,
No, I mean, no, you can't. No, I'm saying you can, but you don't get therapy. But I'm saying you got to.
You can't predetermine someone. Say, hey, you need.
Hold on.
Uncle Tommy.
My great uncle. It wasn't even my uncle. It was my grandfather's brother.
How old was he?
He had to be 70s.
See, he's 70 years. So take 70 years ago, he couldn't even go in the restaurant. He had to go pick his food up at the back alley.
Man,
you see what I'm saying?
But you see how we moved the goalposts. We're talking about the effects that. Hold on, no, listen. We're talking about the effects that our parents have, and y'all talking now about racism.
Well, no, I was just talking about trauma in general.
No. You conflated on that. It was talking about what trauma based on terms of the experience.
No. But the base of my argument, what I was saying, is that at 18, everything that happened to me as a child, it is my responsibility at that point going forward. I'm not your uncle could have had trauma at 40 years old and it was affecting him at 70. That's not the point. I'm not making the point on trauma. What I'm saying is when we become a man, and I told you I'm talking to men. I let the women talk to women. When we become a man, some people say it's 18. It is our responsibility to look in the mirror and say everything from this point on. It should be a line drawn in the sand, but we say everything at this point. It is my responsibility. If you need therapy, everybody say you need therapy. You don't need therapy. I don't think everybody needs therapy. Therapy works for some people, but everybody, we keep saying therapy is the key. And I know people who've been going to therapy for 4 years and they still got problems. Therapy is not the key for everybody.
That's subjective. That's actually subjective, though. You can't predetermine saying, well, not everybody needs therapy. Well,
So-
that's you. I understand where you're coming from because as someone who's been through therapy, there are people who like to stay in that environment, but they're dealing with issues where they're addicted to that, not actually the act of therapy itself. Like, well, you don't need that. Like, no, you can't really you can say that.
So, Eben, are you saying trauma in general, or are you just saying specifically to the parents?
That's a good question. Good
Are
question.
you saying trauma in general, or are you just saying trauma caused by parents?
See, the subject tonight that I'm talking about is trauma caused by the parent.
Okay, got you.
Your childhood.
So let me ask you this, then, man.
Try to move the point and say, "Oh, what about if a person had racism at 25?"
Okay, so I'll stay on that then, man. So I was, and it was trauma for something else, but I'm just saying, I was 30, I believe 6 when I went to therapy. Only reason why I went was because I had a VA claim. I had zero idea that I needed it. None. That's at 36. How do you expect an 18-year-old to go, I need to go get some therapy? That's the last, bro. At 18, I wasn't thinking about a fucking 401k, let alone some therapy, bro.
Right.
I don't think therapy is the answer for everybody. I really believe that some people need to draw a line in the sand. They need to look themselves in the mirror and say, I am going to make a change today. Because I know a lot of people don't agree with this, but guess what? I didn't go through therapy when I went through my trauma. You know what I did? I went to Jesus, and Jesus helped me. And I know that might not help everybody
And you think
else.
you still don't have problems?
I think everybody got problems. That is such a corner question. When we say, do you think you still don't have problems? I know people who have perfect childhoods, and they still got problems. Problems is a problem of humanity. We have problems. The reason we make money is because people solve problems.
So let me ask you a question real quick, E-Man. Do you think at 18, you're an adult?
Yes. At 18 years old, you are an adult. So look in the mirror.
You know
why
that's
can't
been
you
debunked,
drink?
right?
Why
You know
can't
that's
you
been
drink
debunked,
alcohol?
right? Hold on, man, Jerry. You know that's been debunked, right? Scientifically speaking, because I know you about your scientifically speaking, the scientists have said that your brain does not develop as an adult until you're 25 years old. We got a nurse right up.
Fuck science, black man. Everybody up here have been 18, and I think everybody up here will agree at 18, we was all probably fucking idiots compared to what we are now.
Is that true?
I'm not
Yeah,
saying that
23
we
for some, 23 to 25, something like that. Your brain isn't fully developed.
What I'm saying
I'm
is,
23.
at 18 years old,
now becoming smart.
I get what y'all saying. At 18 years old, what I'm telling you is that I think we need to draw a line in the sand that says, I'm not blaming my parents for my problems anymore. I'm not saying that you fully develop, but I'm saying, because see, the problem is that the problem is that we keep trying to blame other people for our problems, and that's why we're not getting healed because we keep blaming somebody else.
Okay, but E-Man, hold on, y'all. Hold on, y'all.
I tell you, I was gonna need this wine when he got up on here. That's why I got mine.
Hold on, y'all.
Wait, we ain't Simon waiting.
Hold on. The problem with the problem with E-Man's argument is the same problem we have when we talk racism. Whenever we talk racism, y'all act as if we stop our whole lives because we're talking about racism.
It's like three people talking one at a time.
So
It's
hold
like
on, let
three
me
people
let me hop in here real quick. So see, the problem with E-Man is that to you that sounds smart, but to the world that is dangerous because
And
you're
dumb as
looking
fuck.
at your personal situation and saying, well, if I've done this by the age of 18, so should everyone else, ignoring that people come from different dynamics. And also, as a businessman, how could you sit here and say that whatever my foundation was, fuck it, I'm an adult now? That doesn't work in business, right? I'm not finished. I'm not finished.
But let me respond to one of your points before you make
Foundation,
10 points.
your
You about to make 10
foundation.
points.
Yeah, I'm making this one similar point. I am very succinct in my explanation when I'm talking about. I'm making one single point. I'm very succinct. And so what I'm saying is this, and I'll sum it up. When you're saying your foundation doesn't matter, that is asinine because you rely on your foundation to move forward and navigate the world. Right?
And
Even
that's
the
what we
Bible
call
says that.
collective
Even the
healing.
Bible
I've never
says that.
said that.
Even the Bible says that, right? A
I
house
never said
built on
that, though.
good
That's the point
foundation
that
can stand. Right?
the point
Even
that
the
I'm
Bible
making is
says
I never said your foundation doesn't matter. See,
yes,
this
you
is what we
are.
do.
Yes, you
No,
are. You
no,
said that before
you're not
18,
listening.
whatever. I've listened very carefully. You said before 18, when you become 18, you have to put that away and say, hey, I'm an adult now. But from 0 to 18 is your foundation, sir. How you learn how to treat people. It's from how your parents treat people. How you learn to love. It's how you learn from your parents, sir. 0 to 18 or 0 to 25 is absolutely your foundation. And this is why in the Black community we fall behind because other communities, especially Jews and Asians, they invest a lot of time, effort, and financial resources into their children. And one of the reasons that I'm not even gonna go. Let me shut up before I get myself in trouble. I'll pause.
Yeah,
that.
yeah, you good. You're on the right.
Well, let me respond to that. No, because when we say things on YouTube, we say one thing and y'all try to summarize it to something totally different. I never made the statement that your foundation doesn't matter. I said,
yes,
quote, no, I didn't. Listen,
yes,
you asked me not to interrupt you, and now you're doing the same thing. So you give me the same respect. Thank you, sir.
Hey, I respect people who respect me. So if you interrupt me, you gave me the license to interrupt you, and you did it constantly, sir. Continue.
Oh my God, E-Man, you got the floor.
You can either continue or
E-Man,
you can go. Go, continue or you
continue,
or we can
E-Man.
move forward.
And people say, here's the thing: people say I lack compassion and empathy. Look at this guy.
No, listen, I think there's something valuable.
Because
There's something valuable to what E-Man has to say, but it comes with
when you need to
caveats.
say
You know, he's
disregard
right.
18,
I agree,
0 to
Kenny,
18 is
he's
your
right.
foundation.
Yeah, and the thing is, I'm like, you're a successful businessman, E-Man. Some of your ideologies, I just don't get. The math doesn't math here.
The only thing I would love see, the thing is, I love E-Man but the thing that scares me about E-Man is that you've gone through a lot, and you've
Canadian
survived.
Born, check the private chat.
You've survived a lot, but I want you to know that not everyone is as strong as you.
I'm gonna text you.
I want you to know that not everyone is, has the fortitude that you. Not everyone is mentally as intelligent as you. And I just want you to kind of understand that not everyone is you, and to give.
I definitely understand that.
That's it.
It's subjective, E-Man.
E-Man, for example, E-Man.
Let me respond to her.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So,
because you're a great guy.
I understand that everyone is not me. I'm not saying that. But as a man, at some point in time, I'm not saying your foundation doesn't matter. I'm not saying that the core of you doesn't matter. As a man, at some point in time, you must draw a line in the sand and say, I am a man, and if I got trauma, I need to go get help, wherever you found that at. If I'm a man, it is my responsibility, and I need to take any blame off any parent at this point. What I'm doing is I'm saying stop blaming them. Stop giving them your emotional remote control to say that they are the reason why you're still at the same place. I'm not saying that you're going to have it all figured out at 18, but the journey should start at 18. This is where in your mind, this is where you should start being accountable.
So I was following you until you got to the 18.
Exactly.
Right.
Thank
You got to
you.
let
You
the
can't say
nurse
that.
right
We're
here,
with
she's
you.
telling you that 18 is not the adult brain. The 23 to 25
It's not about being an adult brain. That's the point. So, Black man, what I'm trying to help
I have
you
one
understand.
question for you.
And I want to respond to you
Hold
as
on,
well,
let me
Eman.
Hold on, let me
One question. Just let me one question, please. I beg you. Okay, so here's the situation, right? Now you said after 18, no longer blame your parents, and you're a man, so now you need to switch. So if I did not have that insight, let me repeat, if I did not have that insight to age 18, where do I get the insight at 18 to now switch my thinking? Please
So
explain
this
that process to me.
I can bring it. I'm glad you asked that question. See, at 18, this is what I'm saying should happen at 18. We're not saying that this is going to happen. It's a difference between what should happen. When we're on these panels, we're talking to the future. We're not talking to the past. When a kid see this and he's turning 17, about to be 18, he's going to be able to say, hey, where do I draw the line in the sand and where do I move forward at? And so when we understand the dynamics of what I'm saying, I'm not talking about the people who didn't know in the past. We're giving advice to the people in the future. And I'm not saying, like, if you really hear what I'm saying, I'm not saying everything that happened doesn't matter anymore. That's where the journey should start.
Now, 18,
But I'm asking you,
18,
how
hold
do
on,
I
18,
acquire
hold
that
on.
insight?
One second. We ain't signed it. 18 in 1994 and 1983 was different than 18 in 2022. These 18-year-olds and 80% of them ain't worth of shit. They can't boil water. They can't make life. They can't make life decisions. They don't know. They don't know shit.
I ain't gonna let you do that, Black man.
You never answered my question.
I ain't gonna let you do that, Black man.
You never answered my question. How do they acquire that insight?
Listen, at 18 years old, we give an M16 to a soldier, and we tell him that he have the right to go fight for his country. We tell him he have the right to be able to do adult things, but we don't be able to hold him accountable.
And he can't drink.
And he can't even get a drink.
True. It depends on where he at, and he can drink in some other country. But that's not the point. The point is, if you can fight for your country and give your life at 18, this age is important.
Why you can't join the NBA? It's a bunch of shit you can't do, even though you can do that.
The reason you can't join the NBA because of money. They realized that colleges was losing a lot of money when they was losing athletes like LeBron at 18.
I get that.
Let's not get off the subject. Tommy, don't get him off the subject. E-Man, I would love it if you would answer We Ain't Signed this question, because it was a good one.
You never answered it.
I would love it if you would answer his
people
question.
are talking at one time. So what was your question?
I said, how do they acquire the insight? How do they acquire it? What is the processes?
If you've never gotten the insight from age 0 to 18,
I can answer that.
How then at age 18 do you now get the insight to make the shift in life lessons and life ideology that you speak of?
I can answer it, guys. I can answer it. I mean, unless
I'm gonna let Sir Hale go, and I'll tell you.
No. We want to hear Eman's answer. The
Okay.
question was supposed to him.
So when I was this age, I went to the United States military, right? This is a solution, not the solution. I got under a first sergeant named First Sergeant Williams. First Sergeant Williams said, hey, I'm going to bring you into the training room because there's a lot of stuff that you have missed in life and I want to pour into you. So I believe it is mentors out there, if you seek them, who can lead you into adulthood. If your parents or your father is not that person, it is men out there that's going to lead you into adulthood. What you have to do is humble yourself, put your pride away, and listen to someone who have the results that you do not have. But I start the journey at 18. It's my responsibility to get in front of the right person. Like we gotta at some point in time, it says, when are this person accountable? Is he not accountable for his actions to 25? No, at 18, he can be charged as an adult. So he is an adult. So some accountability gotta start at 18.
You can be charged as an adult at 16 in Texas.
Well, the point I'm making.
So basically, you had to go somewhere to reshape your mind and thinking, basically.
All right, so let Sir Hill get the answer. Go ahead, Sir Hill.
Hey, what's up, beautiful people? What's up, Black Man, Kendra Ann, Mandrell, Tommy B, Paul Bennett, E-Man, Wayne Sonic, Great Peel, Jedi Mike. What's up?
Yeah!
So look, I wanted to come here because I've actually lived through this. Right? Yeah, so, Mandrell, Black Man, I think you two are the only two that I've shared some of my story with.
Yeah.
But people were like, Sir Hill, you were successful now, and they have no idea the times you wanted to commit suicide, delete yourself, because you're in a world being told what you're supposed to do, but you don't have any point of reference to do what the world is saying you're supposed to do at 18 years old.
That's it, Doc.
And the amount of depression you have to overcome, but then you can't show depression because you 18, you got to man up. That's what men do. Man up, go get a job. Been working 2 jobs since I was 17 years old. You don't just find experience when you turn 18 years old. I think we say that when you're 18, that's when the process starts. It doesn't. It's supposed to start when you're an infant. You're supposed to see this stuff modeled in your parents. They're supposed to start teaching you the structure early on so that when you're 18, it's a transition, not a switch. And what a lot of our kids have to do these days is flip a switch at 18 years old. There is no transition. You fall into adulthood and you bust your head open and you jack up your credit. And some of us have children too early and we get married too soon, ill-equipped, because we were told when you're 18, you're grown. And that is a lie. It is a lie that perpetuates poverty, makes people marry too soon because they're trying to create the type of family they wish they had in their own life. They want to be the first ones to do it. And they're going into it wrong because we keep on saying when you're 18. So E-Man is right in the perfect world. Like in the perfect world, absolutely. But the prerequisite has to be mom and dad have had to develop that foundation so that when they're 18, they slide into adulthood. They don't stumble into it.
So
perfectly. That's real. That's real talk, brother. That's real talk, man. Because you know what? And I'm gonna be transparent as well. I did it to my daughter. My daughter turned 18. I started to have those same mindset that my mom and dad had, and I had to learn. That's why you have to have people around you say, "Hey, you full of shit." You got whoa. That's not how that goes. And I used to tell my daughter when she was growing up, when you 18, you up out of here. You got to start your own life at 18. But you got to have people around you, man. That's why it's always important to have people around you that are smarter than you. Because if people around you are on the same mindset, goddamn it, all of you dumb. You got to have people around you that are smarter than you that says, you know what, Black man, you tripping, bro. Your daughter 18 years old, bro. She's going to fumble. She's going to fall. She's going to be out. Would you rather your daughter end up in a situation where she's trying to earn money doing something she shouldn't be doing or out in these streets trying to make a living and she's failing? You're going to throw your daughter away at 18? You're going to throw your son away at 18 years old? Somebody had to sit my ass down and tell me that because at 18 years old, I was out the fucking house. 18, my mama said 18 years old, your ass out of here. On my 18th birthday, I was out.
And that ain't right. And the thing is, that ain't right. That's nowhere near right.
Like you're changing the perspective. You're speaking from the parent point of view, and I'm talking about what the child should do. It's 2 different perspectives. Yes,
no, I addressed that. I did what you said, man. I'm telling you. I'm just saying because I listened to you, and you're speaking truth. But I lived what you're saying is supposed to happen. I lived it. I'm telling you.
I get what you're saying. Your reality is, but I'm speaking from my reality because I lived this too. At 18 years old, because you got to understand, I've been working since 14. I got my first job at Kroger's at 14, right? Why I was playing 4 or 5 sports throughout a year. So I get what you're saying, that it's not in a perfect world. But the scenario wasn't set up how you made it, Sir Hale. You made it that, hey, in a perfect world, you should get this from your parents. It was how the scenario was set up is you haven't got what you're supposed to get from your parents at 18. Now what? And that's what I was taking you. In a perfect world, you're correct. You should get all this from your parents. But if you did not get it as a man, you just have to stop blaming people for where you at.
No, and that's the point that I responded to, because you said that, and then you said something else. You said you just need Jesus, and I'm saying, as a man who's been in church all my life. I mean, I've been lead singing since 5 years old, a junior deacon at 8, minister of music at 11, and a licensed preacher at 14, teaching Bible study in church since my teenage years. Oh, I know about the Lord, but I think what we've done is we just throw the Lord in the areas that human people were supposed to occupy because it just sounds good to do that.
Oh,
but
my
I said,
God.
Sir Hale, it's important.
But see, what you're doing now is you're giving advice about what 18-year-old people should do, and then when I'm holding you accountable for what you're saying people should do, now you're saying, well, you're just speaking about you, and that's why I came on here, because all of my life, I'm telling you, man, listen to me. All of my life, just hear me. All of my life, the men told me what I was supposed to do. That just trust God, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, lean not to thine own understanding in all thy ways, acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path.
Yeah, Doc.
And let me tell you something. I found a level of bitterness because they told me that when I was almost getting ready to eat out of a dumpster, and they told me all the right stuff. Right, but they didn't prepare me for real life. They told me all the scriptures. They told me, listen, I can exegete the scriptures with such oratorical proficiency. You will think that I've got my doctorate degrees in theology, but that does not prepare you for real life, and that's what I'm saying. So yes, at 18, okay, let's say you're 18 and I'm right. I'm 18. It's my responsibility. What the hell am I responsible for? I don't know what I'm responsible for. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know what questions to ask. I don't even know what I don't know. So this is what I'm saying.
I'm going to work and not giving a fuck about a 401k. How much I'm getting paid?
Right.
I don't need no benefits. I'm 18 years old. I'm not getting sick and going to the hospital. What do I need benefits for?
See, the thing is, we don't disagree with you. We're just kind of like 18 can't be the number, can't be the definitive number, but we don't disagree with you that at some point in life we hope that people hold personal responsibility. I just think that at 18 we can't just say that that's the number in which you have to be beholden to personal responsibility. Some people are going to take a longer time. Some people might catch it when they're 16, but some people it might take longer.
I want to say this to Sir Hill. I want to say this to Sir Hill real quick though. Sir Hill, what you said tonight, man, somebody listening learned something tonight from that, bro. Somebody really listened and learned something. Let me tell you why. Because I was that guy 4 years ago saying, hey, when your ass 18, you out of here, because that's how I was raised, right? I was raised to do that. I was raised to be that guy until that smart person. But what you just said tonight about us throwing away our children at 18 years old and expecting something from them that they haven't been prepared for. That's like saying, hey, listen, we're going skydiving today. Get up in the plane. Now they go to parachute, jump out the goddamn plane.
Oh no, I got you better. Here's the parachute. Figure it out.
Figure it out. Right. I'm going to push you. Figure it out.
I got even worse.
Well, can I respond to one of those? Because like 3 people.
Even in the army, they gave us a whole week of learning.
If you want to survive, you better figure it out.
Yeah.
E-Man, come back, please. Let him talk. Let E-Man come back.
How to jump out of the airplane.
We got to start running some conversation just because. Listen, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this, though. When we having a conversation, guys, we got to, I love E-Man. He's my brother. But when we having these conversations, we got to stick in the conversation. We can't run or leave because
we're having a good moment right now.
We can't do that because I'm not, like I said, I don't want everybody to be me. But I'm never going to stop having a conversation, no matter what platform I'm on, no matter who I'm talking to. If I don't agree, I'm gonna wait, or I'm gonna put my input in. But we can't keep running from a conversation because the conversation does not fit the narrative that that's what we're supposed to. We're supposed to have some type of discord.
This is what I liken it to, Black Man. I used to smoke cigarettes when I was in the military.
Oh.
I played hoop. My chest hurt. I quit. What the fuck would I look like going up to somebody that smokes cigarettes and go, "Hey, bro, if you want to live, just stop. Just stop today. What are you doing? You want to live, right? Just stop." Like, it don't even make sense, bro. Like,
it
it
worked.
just
Right. Like it worked
and
for you, Tommy.
anybody
but it
that's
ain't gonna
listened
work
to
for-
E-Man
for everybody
knows.
else. Yeah.
And I think even he said his wife has said he struggles with empathy. Like, he almost expects everybody to get it the same way. And I can say that because I used to. Like, dudes I used to grow up around, why y'all ain't come out like me? What you in the pen for?
I used to be
But
the same
then
way, Tommy.
when you
still
break these situations down and you look at the details and you understand my brain operates differently, my brain processes stuff differently, whether it's traumas, whether it's good things, bad things, all of these stuff. Perfect example, ass whoopings. We've all seen it. You got some dudes that can turn into bullies from ass whoopings. You got some dudes that turn into certified punks from ass whoopings. Everybody takes it differently, or some people just, you in the middle. But everybody takes it differently. You can't have this vanilla responses. And then I'm in high school, a couple weeks ago, I turned 18, and okay, let's start tackling life now. Like, what?
Right. And you know what, Tommy B? I compare the dumbest things I've ever heard in my damn life. We're gonna get Mr. Bennett in here. The dumbest things I've ever heard in my life was daylight saving time and motherfucker making up 18 was grown.
California,
who are
we
these
voted that shit out.
Who are the people that made this up? Who made it up? Who was the person that said 18 was grown? Who is it? Who? And I
But you know what, Black Man? The problem with it is it's outdated. Like, when my pops came up, you graduate high school, get you a job at whatever local place, go get you a spot. Nowadays, you 32 with a roommate. Like, this shit is ugly.
You can say that our education school system, we equip people, more adults, to actually become more functioning human beings. Unfortunately, now the days we actually take that a sense of being taking away financial literacy, to learn how to do your taxes, all that stuff. We have that as a requirement in the classroom. In high school, but it's only one class. It's not an actually annual thing that we learn throughout from elementary school over to high school. You have things where you become a certified welder, which is a trade job, all this stuff out of high school, and you become a functioning, have a functioning career, whatever.
They don't do that no more.
We don't have that anymore. We don't have that.
Like, for instance,
and all we have now is this. All we have now is this. I wonder what Nicki Minaj is doing today.
Right. And the thing is, like Jedi Mike.
What color is
the
dress?
The classes on
is it blue? What color is the dress?
Mike, the classes on how to do your taxes and financial literacy, that went in high school with me.
No,
I had taken mechanical engineering 1, 2, and 3, chemistry and organic chemistry 1 and 2, calculus, all that shit that I'm, you know what I'm saying, all that shit in high school. But a class on financial literacy, nowhere to be found.
Right, but what happened to home economics? They used
They had that as a living skill. There was only one class. It's only one class. They teach you.
It all went away. And so that's what I'm saying. Back in the day, an 18-year-old was prepared. My grandmother took home economics. My grandmother knew how to sew. She knew how to do different things. Her mom, like, now, these damn things, where the hell did I do with it? Right now, these damn cell phones, these right here, this is killing everybody right here. Deleting everybody right here. The minds, right? So think about
Black Man, I got to push back on that though.
Well, I'm just saying.
It's having a double effect. It's what you're doing, and it's also sprouting out some extremely bright youngsters. Like, you got to bring both sides up.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Some of them are
a double-edged sword.
But I'm talking about the people. I'm talking about the people that are on Twitter all day, posting pictures, taking selfies all day. I mean, I talked to my daughter about that. I said, "Damn!" I look in the rearview mirror. We driving down the road. She just. I said, "Damn, how many poses can you get in the back seat?" Shit. I mean, what are you doing? You know? But Mr. Bennett, go ahead. I'm gonna let Mr. Bennett cook. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
All right. Well, first of all, bring a little levity to this conversation. Shout out to Poppy Blanco TV earlier. I just got one thing to show.
Hey, shots fired at Poppy. Don't do that.
Nah, he was pretty bold at the beginning of the series. So I'm just saying, you know.
Okay. Hey, Tommy. Golden State going to the finals, bro.
That's what the
Yes,
fuck
sir.
E-Man was running from. He wasn't running from this conversation. He was running. He knew this shit was coming.
He was running from Golden
So,
State.
all love, Poppy. All love, my brother. But you know, I'm flexing a little bit. I get it, but I'm just saying. Just
Hold on, I want to address something real quick. E-Man, I love you, guy, but you can't get in the comments saying we're echo chambers when we're trying to have the conversation. And just hold on, and just because you think that it's not going your way, it does not mean it's an echo chamber. It's just meaning that people walk away from conversations they're not strong enough to stay in. And that's what I keep saying to you. I love you, but at the same time, when you do that on every platform you get on, and someone you get mad or you get too much pressure and you back out.
I think it's because he's interrupted and he doesn't want to be interrupted when he's speaking. That's my opinion. He can speak for himself, but I think what happens is it's not the pressure. I think he can take the pushback, but it's when he's trying to speak and he's interrupted that he gets frustrated.
No,
Like,
but
that's my interpretation.
It doesn't bother me, so why should it bother him?
You are different.
No, I get
You the one
doing it.
Why
can't he?
Hold on, just to answer that question, I agree with Ann. That's my assessment of it because, and just to go back with Mandro Sendry respond that he did address that before, and we all pretty much agreed if it's 7 and it's 1, and I know everybody want to react so quickly, I will do the same thing. I'm just gonna fall back and just be quiet because even my one of my friends that's on my platform, Deuce, that came on here before, if it's 4 people and it's him and everybody's coming, he's not gonna say anything at all. That's just how he is because he said, "Hey, I'm gonna talk to respond, not just talk to be talking."
Well, I mean, but to be fair though, he does interrupt. Like when I was talking, he interrupted me like 3 times, right?
He interrupts me as well.
Right.
Everybody interrupts.
Eat the gate ticket. Don't dish it, and don't
I
run.
ain't seen one panel. I ain't seen too many panels where people don't interrupt.
Yeah.
Well, it's a difference between interrupting, but I mean, I don't know if you had took the time out and watched my panel, but we try to give people a time, and I'll make sure, like, I'll check people real quick. Like, if you're trying to make to a point, like I get that, then let's try to make the point and then give everybody time. Even on another panel, I think is Melody. But it had a younger crowd though, because we're a little bit more older. So they had a younger crowd where everybody just want to run their mouth. And one girl, she was dragging and long stroking the point. And the only point I gave her was the only quote unquote pushback. I said, I respectfully disagree. She got triggered and tried to go on with another long out point. And I said, you know what? At that point, I say, you know what? I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just take the time out to listen to what I said. Here's the homework you can do on, and you're more than welcome to come on my end. And if you feel differently, we can have agreed disagreement on it, and I'll leave it like that. But I will say this: keep in mind, there's 10 people on a panel. Just have the foresight to make your point quick, and let's move on from it.
Yeah, because I remember, like, if you guys want to go back and watch some of my shows, I think a lot of people remember when I first started, I had a panel of 10. And I remember one night I said some shit, but I stand 10 toes down. I don't give a damn if it's 20 against 1. But I said something and it was 9-on-1. And I battled their ass for 2 hours. I ain't backing off no goddamn conversation ever.
Yeah, but you that dude.
If you come for me, I'm gonna go down the whole 9.
Yeah,
no one's coming for anybody.
Coming for nobody, but I'm saying I stood in what I believed in to 9 people. I stayed.
Yeah, but even it's not that.
And they were coming at me.
No. But he should be though, Win Sonny. He should be.
He's not.
Everybody should be like us. We can take it. Why can't he?
He's not. He's anti-conflict. That's just who.
And that's the point. What I'm saying.
We ain't signing. You missing the sarcasm.
You're missing the sarcasm.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
I don't think he's anti-conflict because he came up here knowing that there would be conflict. I think he's anti being interrupted when he's speaking.
Right. So basically, what we're saying is when Emmanuel speaks, no one should speak.
No. How about he keep it sensitive?
I'm not saying I agree with you. I'm just saying I think that's the source of his frustration.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Again, I say again, then have him keep his sensitive ass off the panel.
No, because
I'm not saying we should do it. I'm not saying we should do it.
Today, hold on, Medro. I have to respect.
If that's how he feels, then stay where you at in the comment section.
There's been times where I had a discussion with him, and then we'll talk, and then he'll just shut down, and I didn't interrupt him, and he'll still just shut down. I have to respectfully disagree on that.
Come on,
like because if you make a solid point that he can't refute, first step he'll go to religion, and then after religion you refute it again, he'll just stop and he'll leave.
I've seen him do that, not candidate. I have seen him do that several times.
Yeah, let's not
Right,
talk
because
about the man.
there's been times
He's in
when
the
I
comment
refuted his
section.
logic.
He can come up here and speak for himself if he wants to.
Right, there's been times when I refuted his logic. Then I refuted when he went to the
but
Bible.
we're going.
and
Okay,
then he
we're
was like,
going.
okay,
We're going to a point. We're going to a point that's
Let's
kind
get back.
of
Let's
going
just
away
get back
from
on
the
the
topic
subject. So,
of the
Mr. Bennett, go
conversation.
ahead.
Yeah, I would say, like I said, we
kind of
we-
stay on top. I want to
Thank you.
again. This goes back to an initial question I had: is that how do we distinguish between acknowledgement and blame? Because one thing that the argument that he was making, I'm not trying to again talk about him when he's not here. He's trying to get to the source of his logic. So he kept saying, "You have to stop blaming." And for people who say that, I'm still trying to understand what that means. Again, if there's an actual cause and effect, that there's reasons why either you behave the way you do, or where you're at your current time, what's wrong with saying, to acknowledge that that's why you're the way you are? It's not saying that that's an excuse not to go forward and do what's necessary to right yourself. But I keep hearing in these spaces saying, stop blaming this, stop blaming people for your past. But again, you can't deny it either. I mean, it's the same thing I'm hearing with people, downplaying, teaching proper history in schools to say, oh, we shouldn't bring up the past, stop blaming the past for what happened. But again, it is an essential part of what happened to us. So I don't see why we can't walk and chew gum at the same time to acknowledge that, yes, these are traumas that brought us to this place, but we still need to go on for it. No one is saying that you should just stop growing and developing because this would happen to me and this is that. No one on this panel is ever saying that. But to acknowledge it or to recognize that this is the trauma that I had or whatever, or to recognize trauma as if that's a bad thing. So that's number one. Second thing, it's interesting that he said he had joined when we turned 18, he joined the Army. And there was someone, and what I didn't get a chance to ask him was, why did he join the Army? But what I can ask for Brother Mandrell and for showing the blade, Tommy B, why did you join the Army? Because what he also said was that there was someone that he found in the Army who recognized, that he was lacking some developmental skills or what have you, and that person essentially mentored him and gave him what he needed. So it's not like, I don't know if he went into the Army and said, I need to develop as a man, so I'll go in there and do that. And I've always found that military, just from my point of view, that's why I like to hear Tommy and Mandrell's point of view on this, is that I'm thinking those who join the Army, especially if you're going in as a teenager, you're not going in as a man. In fact, the idea is that they're trying to shape you, strip off any individuality that you have and make you into a unit so that you will go out and fight and whatnot. So I never looked at necessarily military soldiers per se, or those who, especially the young ones, as being fully formed functional adults. If anything, it's the reverse. You don't see a lot of 30-year-olds going in enlisting, especially in getting into combat and those sort of things. I think Harry Truman is the one that comes off the top of my head who joined late. But again, the fact that you're still young and developmental, the fact that you're still influential, that's why you're able to go through boot camp and why they're able to do the things to you to make you into this single-minded, focused type of person. So I'm just wondering, from your point of view, both of you being served in the military, did you go in thinking, okay, I'm a fully functioning adult, or did you feel for the time that you were in there that you were fully developed as independent thinking persons? Or when did you come to that realization, or did you go into the military that way? Because I think that the military, in a lot of ways, for some people, I think becomes the parent, especially if the parent was absentee. That's the parent that teaches you that discipline and whatnot, so that you can later on become more fully independent and whatnot. But they have to break you down and really shape and mold you in ways that perhaps your parents didn't do. So I was just curious from your point of view how you see that, because I don't think necessarily going into the military at 18 to say, okay, well, I'm a man now, whatnot. You're going to have several more years of being,
fucking
really
idiots,
disciplined before you can even think about something like that. So I'm just curious from your perspective how do you looked at that?
From my perspective,
go ahead.
Either you or Tommy, since you both are the served in the military here.
Okay, I can tell you now. I mean, those kids who joined at 18, they're still kids.
Right.
Like there's not much. Yeah, there's not much removal from high school and where they are. They just graduated basic training. And the thing is, the brainwashing and conditioning is subliminal. It very much so is. You don't even notice that it's happening. You know what I'm saying? Until you come home and people are like, hey, you're different. You go, how? You know what I'm saying? You're just different, you know. But I mean, there's not much difference, you know what I'm saying, as far as maturity goes. You know, you
Right.
learn some skills and things like that. Yeah, but until you start getting into shit, that's when you have to grow up real fast. Like
Right. I mean, especially if you're an enlisted man, because I'm thinking like I never thought that the idea was to turn you into an independent, fully functioning adult. Versus somebody who say if you go to college, you go to the academy, you go to army school or whatever, you become an officer. That's a different mindset. But if you're an enlisted man about to go on the battlefield, that's a different type.
You become
of
an independent thinker and an adult all on your own. That's all you. It's up to you to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I'd be the perfect example for that because I went in at like 20, and so when I went in, I just had to get out of Oakland because like shit just was getting bad. So when I went in, there was no brainwash. Like I was 20, parents were solid or whatever, and I was still a knucklehead. So when I went in, and I tell people this all the time, like I caused trouble all the way through that motherfucker. They tried to kick me out. Boot camp, first school, first duty station, went back to school, and then we were so bad at that school, they called my ship ahead of time and warned the ship that we were coming. So it wasn't. I can't speak from somebody that comes from the situation that we've been talking about as far as like toxic parents or parent miss and all that. But as somebody who, like I said, I was 20, I turned 21 in boot camp. It wasn't no brainwashing for me. Like it
and see, that's like some people it takes two, and some people it doesn't. Like Tommy, I had solid parents too. I grew up in a two-parent household, right? And solid parents taught me good life lessons and all that. And I even had a first sergeant flat out tell me to my face, Harris, I know what your problem is. What's that, Top? You haven't been broken yet.
Oh, they love saying that shit.
You haven't been broken yet, Harris. That's your problem. You think you're smarter than everybody else. Why is that? I said, because I am. See, and you're arrogant. It's flat to his face. He said, and you're arrogant. But here's the thing. No one can beat me in anything. Top marks, marksmanship, combatives, the whole 9 yards. Fuck with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm the best you got.
Yeah.
The best and brightest you got.
And they hate that.
Right.
They want you to feel so
what
bad.
Are you
like,
gonna do? Yeah, and you're like, what are you gonna do? Am I right, Tommy?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
That's why I say they try to, because they could never get me out of there. Because I didn't like, as idiotic of the stuff that I did, I had a half a brain to kind of know the line, and I just toted the shit out the line.
Exactly. You didn't cross the line. You tiptoed on it.
Yeah, exactly.
But you never crossed it.
Yeah.
I have a question. E-Man stated, I must make sure so he's clear on that. He said nobody can beat me in anything. So you talking about when you was in boot camp, or you just talking about in general?
Oh, when I said that?
Yeah.
That happened when I was on the team. I was on the team and shit.
Okay, cool. I just want to make it clear for the audience out there. I continue.
I was in.
I was saying that specifically. Like I remember in boot camp. So one of their punishments is they'll send you to like it's called SEALs training. And back then, like I was in super shape. I was hooping every day. Yada yada yada. But then they got these things they call them Nintendo Warriors or whatever. And they think that anybody play video games is like some little fat fuck, you know, yada yada yada. I play video games, so I used to laugh at them. So anyway, they sent me to SEALs training, and I knocked that shit out. Came back, you know, they like, how was your day? And I'm like, shit, it was cool. Like, you're not gonna punish me with exercise. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying that to say like they would do stuff like that and hope it would, you know, bring you home crying or some shit like that. I'm coming back like,
when you come back laughing at
tripping
it,
off that shit.
So
yeah, it's
that kind of thing. Some people the brainwash it takes. Some people it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? But not everyone has the constitution that Tommy and I have.
Yeah, like my pops was. I mean, I talk to y'all about that all the time. Like to this day, I tap in with pops and you know what I'm saying. So it really was nothing that they could do because it wasn't nobody there I was going to look up to. I don't look up
Right.
to nobody in this motherfucker other than my father.
Exactly.
Period. Not no nigga on this earth. Well, I put my older brother up there, but that was when I was younger. But you know, like my pops is number one, point blank. So
Yeah.
when I went in there, it wasn't like I was looking like for like a father figure. Like, nah, I went in there specifically to get the fuck out of Oakland because shit was getting hot and I had to bounce out. That's it. And I used to tell the white line, I ain't in here on no patriotic shit. I had to get the hell out where the fuck I was from. Period. Point blank.
Even the patriotic stuff
So,
wears off on the people who take to it. You know what I'm saying? Like after a while, especially if you go and you see combat, all that patriotic stuff, you're like, ain't about that. You know, like so that's the thing. Like I mean, roles are like I didn't look at it. I did have a mentor who took me and showed me the ropes and taught me what he knew. You know what I'm saying? Passed on his knowledge from him to me. It's not like I looked up to him like a superhero. Like I had a father. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
to me, that was Superman.
Yeah.
That guy cast a shadow so
can-
big, I still don't think I stepped out of it. I've surpassed him in some ways, but
Yeah,
other
yeah.
ones, like
He's
holy
the
shit, I
pops.
got holy
Yeah.
shit, you know?
But I just want to say this. I think when we talk about like pulling yourself up from your bootstraps, not having any kind of point of reference to make changes, those are dangerous comments because it gives people the license to look down upon you, to treat you less than, because for whatever reason you weren't able to make the transition or the shift to be what society thinks you need to be, right? There's no way you can make these changes without guidance. And even when we're saying like, okay, I joined the army or I did this or did that, right? You went somewhere for someone to train you how to do that. And you
Right,
did it
that's
under
it.
the age of 20.
That was my point. That's part
Right,
of
and you
what
did
I was
it
trying to
under the
make.
age
You
of
just didn't make that
25.
on your own.
Right,
Someone had
right, right.
to, by force or by whatever, because you were in that system that broke you down, made you
Right.
become that. You didn't just say,
But
okay, I'm going to be this disciplined person.
But my point is that when we do that, like say I did it, so why can't you did it? Or we need to have this sort of standard. Yes, you need to have standards, but you need to be able to have the tools to meet the standard, or otherwise it's foolishness, right? I cannot demand something of my children without giving them the proper tools to meet that standard or to meet that goal. Right, just like when we talk about holding people accountable, you can only hold a person accountable if you have the power to enforce some kind of punishment for not doing what you needed them to do, right? And so at the end of the day, and these are the talking points that makes it so dangerous with these bootstrap people, because these bootstrap folks, because when you say that, it gives people the other opportunity to mistreat you, right? We hear it all the time when we're in our counterparts. Oh, you're different. You're not like the other Negroes, right? Why do we
Yeah,
do that?
God.
Why do we
Yes, I
do
hear it
that?
all
But,
the
but
time.
let me land. Why do we do that? Because we have other people who look like us talk about, well, you need to pull yourself up from the bootstraps, right? That's like me demanding, oh, if you haven't done what I done, you ain't shit. Which is ridiculous because a lot of that I had a lot of outside help and I had luck, right? Some stuff that I got, I did not earn it from hard work. Did do some stuff I had to work hard for? Absolutely. But my foundation and getting, like, for example, getting into Wharton, that shit was luck. The right person talked to me at the right time. If I never talked to them, regardless of my grades, regardless of my hard work, I would have not gotten into that school. Right? And so we have to be careful when we talk about pulling yourself up from the bootstraps or doing this and doing that, because what you're doing is that when we as a group don't meet that standard, then outside folks, right? That's a license to mistreat us. We have to stop thinking that we are this kind of insular black group. Other people are constantly watching us, and how we treat each other gives outside folks the license to treat us that way. For example, just an example, not want to get off topic, the N-word. Why white people feel like, why can't I say it? We hear it all throughout music, and we see you guys say it to each other. Because before, back in the 90s and the 80s, and when my grandmother was up, we called each other the N-word behind closed doors. right? But now it's open. So other race, whether it's wrong or right, other groups of people feel they have a license to do it because they see how we treat each other. And that's all I'm saying. So we need to be mindful of that. And that also goes into parenting and foundation, right? You have to have the right foundation to see that. And that's why I disagree with that. And I'll
So,
let
Sir
you know.
Hale said,
Great points. Great
Sir
points.
Hale, go ahead and speak on what you were saying, sir.
Say Sir Hal.
Yeah, Sir Hale.
Sir Hale said
Yeah.
he was told
Black
that he was a man at 18. It took him to Black Satin. He said he was told he was a man at 18. It took him to 30 to become one. He said he didn't have any guidance or reference at all.
Same
Speak
here.
on that.
Well, yeah, let me tell you guys so what happened. And this is personal. The reason I'm not on camera is because this actually still stings a little bit. Just the mental stuff I had to go through. And people be like, you look so mature. That's stress. That's stress.
People can't see it, bro.
Yeah, it's not a compliment. So
yeah,
I am a compliment because y'all ain't about to get me looking like Michael Jordan, my bald head. So you ain't about to let it happen. But so what that was is I was told you got to be a man. Candid Ann said something that I was at the gym and she said it and it stuck with me. Like the same people who send you into the world ill prepared, be the first one with the hand out when you make something of yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And that does something to you because they want to take credit for what you've become without acknowledging what you had to grow through because of what you didn't get. And that's a real deep thing to deal with. That's a really deep thing to deal with. And I deal with that now. So like I said, I don't want us to keep putting this out. Well, men got to be men. Because when I first started my YouTube, I was saying that stuff too. And so I looked at my own life and I'm would you want somebody to go through what you had to go through? Now, look, there are certain things we got to put men through, but some of the stuff that we call being part of being manhood, that's just a cop out for not being able to articulate what we didn't get. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to see other young brothers have to struggle. And you 25, like I used to go around 16-year-old, guys of other cultures. They'll look me in my eye with such confidence. And I'm up there 25, 26 years old, docile. You know what I mean? Because no one, look at people in the eye, walk up straight, assert yourself. You're not taught those kind of things. And let me tell you something. You go into corporate world being nice, the corporate world would chew you up and spit you out because the things you don't get at home, you're going to either learn from somebody teaching you or somebody doing something against you that you say, you know what, I will never let a mother so-and-so talk to me like that again. And then now the energy is different. You ain't coming from a good place, say the wrong thing and we about to throw some hands because you're not taught that. That's what I'm saying. 18 is the starting point, but you're not a man at 18 years old. You're not a man at 18 years old. This is just a new journey for you to focus on becoming one.
You know what's funny, Sir Hal, when you said that? Because I remember you got me reflecting on time. I was 14, 16, and I was visiting my grandmother in Georgia, right? And I went with my cousin to get his younger sister from the babysitter. And I guess, like you said, it's how you talk, whatever. So I guess I'm the proper talking white black guy, right? And everybody in the South got that, and Metro, no, we from in the same circles, got that slur country talking. I got
that twang. That twang on it.
Yeah, cuz you know how it is, cuz.
Yeah, cuz. Hey, Tom.
Yeah. I got cousins right now. He wear the whole red crayon color, the hat, everything else. So that's him all through and through. And I love him though. He's suckers. And I was hanging out with my cousin. I went to go get him with his sister, get his sisters, and I'm sitting there just minding my business, being proper, standing in one spot, like I was raised and taught. And the lady's like, "Oh yeah, y'all some young man and this, that, third." And she put that on me. And I was like, "No, man, I'm not a man." She's like, "I guess you sissy, huh? You GAAY." And I was like, "No, I'm not a man because I'm a teenage boy." So at early age, I recognized that. So with me, when I got older, at 18, I already knew I wasn't a man. 19, I knew I wasn't a man. 21, I knew I wasn't a man because I knew there was levels to that, right? And I would look at other men. Well, that man got a house. That man got a car. That's not me. that man paying the bills. That's not me. I still want to be a kid. I still want to go out and hit up the little clubs. I still want to walk up the streets. I still want to get with them chicks. That's my age. I knew that. But then when I got to that level where like we talk about abuse and stuff, and then the parent like, oh, well, you 18, you think you grown over the silly little stuff instead of guiding the child and walking them through it. Oh, here I go. 18 get kicked out. 16 get kicked out. Now I'm back at 17. Now you got a time limit. Tick, 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 18 out. Now with my grandmother, and she's doing the best she can because she raised a grown adult that's supposed to raise this adult, but didn't do her job well. So now my grandmother going back into parent mode. And that's why I have a high standards for my grandmother. You know what I'm saying? She'll sit and talk. She ain't have all the perfect words. She ain't have the criticism like everybody else, but she'll sit down and talk and listen. And that's because of that reason alone, I favor my elders first beyond anybody else, because they know how to sit. They got the patience. They can talk to you, and they'll say something, and they'll actually click and give you time to think about it and move on and carry with that as a tool. So, yeah, I just wanted to share that because it's not. No, it's not that easy.
Right. Because like I said, like I told him, even in the military, Tommy will tell you, 18 years old, knucklehead is still a knucklehead, man. You know what I'm saying? You can tell you're dumb.
Coming to work drunk as fuck.
Right. And you tell listen, and there's some people like airborne school. First day, first week. This dude had signed up for a trek and send it to the Airborne Rangers, right?
Thank you. I was just about to chime on that too. Thank you.
Tell him what I said, Kenan.
This dude shows up to Airborne School drunk on the first day, Mr. Bennett. Drunk as a skunk, visibly, for PT. You finna do PT and he got kicked out immediately.
You can smell the beer coming through the pores.
Right. Right. You can smell
that should be crazy.
He got kicked out immediately. So
I ain't never know that shit happened till I went to the military. I can smell what this motherfucker was drinking last night. That shit crazy.
Right.
That shit wild.
So I mean, guys, I think that I think that the conversation. I think tonight was a good conversation. I think that we did find out a lot of parents were toxic. I know Sir Hale, I know you probably heard a lot about it, and I know it's touchy for a lot of people. And I think a lot of people laugh to keep from crying. I think a lot of people laugh or smile or put on this facade to not deal with some of their pain from when they grew up. Because most people went through it. I think it was universal that you got the extension cord was universal. Mama will pick up anything and throw it and bust you in the head with it's universal. And I used to think, man, I think God was in this because Mama knew how to hit you without deleting you.
Get you right to that point.
They knew exactly how to hit you without deleting you. And some of those moves could have took you out.
You see that light and then you get snatched back. Nah, not yet.
Yeah, but who's not to say?
I ain't done.
Yeah, but who's not
to
say when they are doing that, they're not deleting you in the long run?
Yeah,
some people go do self-deletion because just on the punishment, just on the fear fact that parents, that abuse and that toxicity that they do to their children. Some kids just are so scared to talk to their parents, they'd rather just talk to strangers, and they'll find. And I got a homeboy, I was almost that level. He went to the dope boys first, and those was his street family. My baby sister, same way.
Yeah.
Those are her street family.
Yeah.
And then some people, if they don't find those family, they become, prostitutes, hookers, and all this stuff. It's the stuff that we shine on those parts of society. And then next thing you know, if we don't even have those, we like, you know what? Screw it. Here come the drugs. Here come, let me just jump off that cliff. Here comes stuff like that. So it becomes a problem. And that's why the question that Miss Genos asked was, so what do we do to find current generations to break the cycle that toxicity parent? And that's a good question.
I don't think parents whooping ass like that no more.
No, I can answer that easily. Look at the panel. Just look at the panel. We all acknowledge that was toxic, and we all acknowledge that it wasn't right. That right there has already broke the cycle.
Right. Exactly.
That shit didn't happen with our parents' generation. They thought the shit was right. That's what they knew.
And to this day, my mom would stick by it.
I mean, think about that. Like, we're all our parents' age, or for most of us, when we was growing up. And we're all literally sitting here saying, no, that wasn't cool. The cycle is broken.
We wanted something different.
Right.
Sure.
And my mother, actually, my mother has admitted that she regrets some of the things that she did in terms of the way she raised us.
I wish mom admit that.
Like my mom, Great Pill, I was shocked because I didn't think she was that type of person. She always stood on her square with whatever she did. Her
Listen.
decision was her decision. But she talks to her. She admits, hey, I do. You know what? I regret a lot of that. I really do. And
Listen.
it catches you in the feels. It does when you hear that coming from her. But and so like Tommy said, the cycle's been broken. So I look at my aunts and uncles, the way they are with their grandkids, and I know full well the day I give my mother a grandchild, she's gonna be just like that. I'm like, listen, this is not the grandmother, the mother I grew up with. Okay, this is a woman who's now trying to get into heaven. This is now a woman trying to get into heaven. Okay, this is not the woman I
you
grew
kill
up
me with that one, man, Drill. God.
for you.
Oh shit.
So, yeah, man, and like I said again, man, I enjoyed the conversation, man. I think that it was toxic. I think that, like I said, my mom said when I talked to my mom about it, I said it was toxic or whatever, and she was like, "It wasn't toxic. I did what I had to do." I said, "But when my kid is here with you, you don't do any of that, right?" So you had to have known in this time what you did back then was, no, I'm just older and slower now. No, they ain't got shit to do with it. You don't talk to them like you used to talk to me. You don't treat them like you used to treat us. My mom, I'm telling you, my mom and dad, I thought they were WWE tag team partners for 17 years.
God.
I'm telling you, man. I was like, oh my God, here come NWO. I mean, I'm serious.
Man.
Like they
Straight
used to
up.
like they
Duh,
mom and dad
like-
used to talk to each other like role playing. It was like watching what's the movie with Samuel L. Jackson quoting the scripture? It was like Pulp Fiction. My mom and dad walk in the room, so you did so you skipped class today, huh? Yeah, I think he did skip class today. Yeah, we're gonna beat that ass. I think we should. What you want to whip his ass with? I'm in the middle like this. Damn, I'm gonna get fucked up. Like I
Let me
know
tell you something about it.
that's
Because
the
I get
worst
what you
fear
guys are
ever,
saying.
bro.
I get you guys when you say if parents are toxic. Sometimes the culture can be toxic because, like I told you, some of you guys know my story. If it wasn't for my uncle, I would have never been saved because there's always that one particular person in your family who would consider to be the wife whenever I go to a vice. That was my uncle who saved my life.
But you was a bad kid, Black David.
Now I wasn't no bad kid. That's the problem. I was a quiet kid. The problem is I never measured up to whatever the standard was because imagine me growing up. I didn't have no childhood. At the age of 8, 9, I was able to cook a whole course meal for my family and clean the household at that age. I didn't have no child. I was taking care of my sibling. You come from an African background, I'm sure Mandra have seen this before. Some kids don't able to enjoy my childhood. They're doing grown folk business at a very young age, which I did. So by the time I turned 18, I could do so much more and then some. But the problem is, it's the cultural thing. It wasn't the parent thing. It was a cultural thing that been passed out. But I had a problem, especially coming from a distinguished family lineage. So I never liked that one bit. So I was a rebel as I got older because I saw something was contradicting. And I questioned it. And one thing about African parents they don't like, if you're a child, if you question the authority, you ask questions. And they just tell you, well, it's what it is, but they never want to explain to you. Now, you come out a little bit too smart, too highly educated, you're the black bull, you're the black sheep of the family automatically. They don't care what you say, what you do. They're trying to tear you down, which I went through it several times. God forbid you get a job and you make more money than your parents. Oh, that's even worse. Your mom trying to sabotage you, she goes through your wallet, takes your social security card, takes other stuff.
And see, and that's when it comes to a point for me, because my mama tried that shit. My mama tried that, and I'm not gonna let what I went through show right now. But my mama tried that. My mama tried. I'm gonna say this so we can come to a close here. But my mama tried it. My mama said, "Hey, listen, where you at?" I said, "Oh, I'm in New Orleans." With who? My wife. So you in New Orleans spending money on your wife, but your mama sitting over here need money to pay bills, and you. I said, "Mama, let me tell you something. Have a good evening." I mean, because Daddy over there, he's retired. Well, he's not retired yet. He's still driving. He's a bus driver for the state, for the city. I mean, for the school. Been there for 29 years now, 30 years, right? He making good money. You want to keep your money and spend your kids' money because you feel like we owe you something.
Nah,
And I told her,
I
I said, "Mama, you should have left me in the driveway of the testicles if you feel that way, because I don't owe you nothing."
No, you were nice.
I told my mama that. I said, you should
I
have
was
left me in the
worse.
driveway of the testicles because I don't owe you nothing. I don't owe you nothing. I didn't ask to be here. I don't owe you nothing. It was your job to raise me and let me go be a man. And that's what I'm doing right now. I have my own family. I'm not taking care of you. I'm not taking care of you.
I was worse. I told my mom
Hell
this.
no.
You affected my brother, my sister education. You sabotaged mine. So it's not my job to take care of you. Talk to my brother and my sister. As for me, hell no. Deuces.
Right. Ace Butterfly, you are absolutely correct. She said Ace
But
Butterfly.
the problem is, in my
that's to
family,
make
I
you
was a
feel
scary
guilty.
guy.
Yes, they want to make you feel guilty.
All the
Hell
uncle and the aunt
no.
never come near me. Because they know one thing about me. You trigger me. I was the kind of person everybody was afraid of.
Don't incriminate yourself. Don't
No.
you
I
don't
mean,
even know what the body's at.
when I was there, I had an attitude whereby I tell people off and I call them out on their skeleton they're hiding. So I was that one person that you don't want to say something to me, and I expose you in front of your family that
Now,
you
see now,
hide
that's
stuff for
very. Now,
years.
hold on, now, Black David. We call you out on that now. That's very Wendy Williams now. You can't be
No, no.
out here spraying people business now.
Yeah, but when you come out here and tell me you feel like I was a bad individual, I was good for nothing, I can never make. I'm like, excuse me. Last I checked, your peers were comparing their kid with me, and I was a straight A student. I was
People
doing
don't
X,
like.
Y, and Z.
Yes,
So don't
people
go there.
like my aunt used to tell me, misery loves company, and it's and so when you have people like my mom and she see the kind of money that her kids are making, well, some of
But get
us
this though, my
are
mom
making.
and
My
my
mom
dad
don't
was
like it.
press
They
rumors
don't.
about me. Say,
Yeah,
oh,
they look
I
at you like,
left
oh,
the
you think you
military.
uppity? Oh, you done moved to the big city? Because you know I'm from the country, raised on the farm. Oh, you done moved to the big city. Oh, you think you doing something?
Bougie ass nigga.
Yeah, you done forgot where you come from. You don't eat pinto beans no more. What the fuck? Listen, man, I ain't got
That's minor.
Tommy, no, I'm not
Imagine
lying.
this one.
Shit.
You're not.
Black man, imagine
telling
this.
you.
Your mom and dad going to the church, spreading lies about you, saying, oh, you went AWOL for the military, or you sleeping with prostitute, or you doing this and that to the church folks, mind you.
And
that never happened.
Andrell,
It got to a
why
point I had to
the fuck do
confront
they
them.
think military people make so much money, bro?
I don't know. I don't know. I really don't.
A lot of people say
Bro.
that.
The same thing is true for Caribbean people. Like there's an expectation that when you're in America that you're supposed to send money back to Barbados.
Yeah.
In the military, you are so broke. Let me tell you this: if you sign up just to enlist and go in as a buck private, okay, you know you qualify for food stamps, right?
Mandrill, dog, when I first came,
you still qualify for food stamps.
Mandrill,
Swear to God, I didn't know.
$800 a month.
A month
is what I got when I first joined. $800 a month, bro.
After they take them taxes out, man, listen,
Man.
you broke.
Listen,
and what used to get me is
I'm not going to even.
The country.
What used to get me is how some dudes like some dudes go out and buy these big ass trucks, these F-150s and these Rams. I'm like, your whole check, one of your whole checks is going to that.
Mandrill, listen to me. And this is why I tell people to leave them professional athletes alone. Right. Because if you see the retarded shit we do in the military with that itty bitty amount of money we get, are you out your fucking mind?
You see the crazy stuff,
bro?
No, you already
Mandrill, E2.
Yeah,
my boy go to the car lot as an E2, come back, bro. I'm like, what's happening? They said that I could get an Escalade. I'm like, nigga. What are you talking about?
Hey, and they'll put him in it too, Tommy.
Bro.
When the payments come,
bro.
A whole month's pay gone.
Yeah, this is what's cold. We way off subject, but in fucking Virginia, they have no cap on the APR that they hit you on the car. They got motherfuckers in the military paying like 50% APR. Not over exaggerating, dead ass. Cause you fucking 18, 19, you don't know what the fuck APR is. You about to give me this car. I'm on it. Bop, bop. Man, listen to me.
I tell people every time they talk about them young professional athletes blowing money, I'm like, if y'all saw what the fuck happened on the
We did with the little pennies we got to rub together.
Nah.
Bro, I'm
So
telling
guys,
you,
hold on. So we're gonna
look,
take it. Look, hold on, Mandrell. We're gonna
E3.
take it backstage. We're gonna take it backstage. So guys, listen. I
Yeah.
appreciate you guys being here tonight, man. The conversation was amazing as usual. I would like to thank everyone that was on the panel tonight. My brother Sir Hill, thank him for coming in tonight as well, being on the panel. Gray Peel, make sure you go subscribe to Gray Peel Podcast. Those guys are doing the work, and so they need to be paid for the work they're doing by you hitting the subscribe button and the like button. Go like all the videos, whether you like it or not, or I'll get my virtual gangsters to come and see you. All right. So, Mr. Bennett, thank you always for being here, man. You know your perspective is always welcome here, bro. I would love to have you, man, every time I get an opportunity. And so, Black David, thank you for being here. Mandrell, thank you. Tommy B, and the lovely Candid Ann, thank you for being here tonight. You turned the camera on tonight. Everybody kind of went to the left a little bit. So we want to thank you for coming on the panel tonight. Also, the Book of Genesis, she has a long day tomorrow, so thank her for being here tomorrow. Also, I would like to thank Suzette for coming on as well. We had a lot of women on here tonight, so I appreciate that. We need to have more women on to have their perspective. Thank E-Man for coming on tonight. We may not always see things, we may not always see the same thing, brother, but I love you no different, man. After these conversations, man, I still love you. You're still my brother. At the same time. So, man, thank you for all that you do and how you contributed as well. I hope to see you next week. On Friday, guys, we got a show Friday. Oh, yes. On Friday. Did y'all see the thumbnail for Friday? Anybody? Oh, my God. On Friday,
yes, Blooming Ebony. The live stream tonight will be my show. Please tune in for that.
Oh, yeah, it is tonight, ain't it? So tonight at 8:30, No. I looked at the clock. I said, yes, another day. So, yes, man, Unapologetic with Mandrell will be on tonight. He's going to be talking about Hollywood. I'm going to have that thumbnail up pretty soon. I'll probably do that tonight this morning and have that out for you guys. But on Friday, guys, we're talking about masculine women who weaponize femininity. We're gonna talk about that in the barbershop. Oh yes, I've been seeing it a lot. I've been seeing a lot of men falling for the okie doke.
That's on the 29th.
That's Friday. Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna miss it.
A shout out to Brown Gold Peace. I know she raised a good point about, and I don't know if you want to have part 2 of this at some point, but on the verbal, I know we talked about the physical, but I don't think we got into a lot of the verbal stuff that's been said. So that's a topic in and of itself. I just wanted to acknowledge that she had called that out, but I think that could be in and of itself its own show. So hopefully we can look at that.
I want to give a shout out to the Brooklyn Net for failing. For making his bad.
You petty like that.
I would want to see it to Poppy. I'm not a gambler per se. He did say, if the Celtics would go to the finals, I'm getting there given the recent developments that I may take you out. But again, I'm not a gambler.
There you go.
I would say this.
Look above you.
I'd be willing though, since my man is about to get monetized. I'll see him. No hate for Golden State. But if they do go, certainly, or if they don't, I think either one of us, we can make a nice, generous donation to Black Man Unfiltered once it gets that monetization going. I'd be willing to match you. If the Celtics go to the finals, you can make a nice little donation to Black Man Unfiltered. If they don't go, I'll definitely I'm going to support my man anyway, but I will put an extra in there and I'll credit it, Celtics didn't go to the final, so I'll put that in as a special.
You see Drainer, Black Man?
Huh?
You see Drainer?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So listen, I think so. Do you think Golden State can beat Boston in the finals?
Gold State can beat
It'll
Boston.
be a good matchup. I ain't gonna lie. That'll
be a good one.
It's offense versus defense. The perimeter defense. I think Boston overall. I think they're larger. They got bigger bodies, but the perimeter defending is it's special. And if they can make Kyrie and KD quit.
Thank you.
But Mr. Bennett, that's different. And I say that because they running solos. We ain't running solos. Our ball moves.
We go backstage. So, guys, again, thank you. Because we're gonna get on that topic. We're gonna be on all night. So, guys, thank you so much for being here tonight. You guys have been amazing. To the chat, thank you guys for being here as well. On Friday, again, we'll be talking about masculine women who weaponize femininity. So the thumbnail's already up. You can go like right now. Make sure you turn on that notification so you can get in there on that barbershop talk on Friday. And we will have a moment where we open up the lines then for the ladies to come in and respond to what we've already talked about. Then on Tuesday, guys, I'm going to give y'all a break. On Tuesday, I will be hosting a show called Colorism, The War Amongst Sisters. And so I will be doing that next Tuesday, May 3rd, with a panel full of ladies. So make sure, fellas, make sure y'all support the ladies on Tuesday, May 3rd. And make sure y'all in that chat, and make sure y'all ready for when that line open up for y'all to come on the come up and ask your questions. Because last time Chaotic Truth came up and the damn show went left.
Y'all can get off my boy Nick.
That's
what y'all gonna do. Y'all get off my boy
came
back,
up
man.
and the show just went left.
Listen,
Man,
Chaotic Truth, all right, man. There ain't no wrong with Chaotic Truth. Chaotic be speaking the truth.
I ain't got a problem with it.
Now I know how you feel, E-Man. Now I know how you feel. I'm on E-Man side now. I had my church finger up the whole time.
I didn't see. Oh, my bad.
Dump all these hoes, E-Man.
Oh no, Great Pill. That you'll be with Black David on that one. That's the Black David move.
Man,
E-Man. Oh,
He know that pain.
Hey, go ahead, Great Pill. What you got?
I gotta get a stick, Black David. No, I was gonna do a shameless plug since it got mentioned about the military. Yeah, about the military stuff. Also, Mandrill will be doing a show for Wednesday, but also he'll be coming over to Great Pill Podcast tomorrow. Will be 5:30 Central Time, and we'll be talking about military background and stuff that we doesn't hear. And it's skipped my mind because Wes actually pops up on panels, and it just reminded me because Tommy B talking a lot. So Tommy B, you're more than welcome, bro. Chama, if you got the free time, that's 5:30 Central Time tomorrow, bro. It's gonna be all military panel. Come on, talk about the background, the history, stuff that don't really be conversated about on media.
Oh shit, that'll be a long show.
Me and Tommy alone.
Kyrie, call LeBron James and say you sorry.
Hey, you know what though? I'll say this though. LeBron James is at home first though.
Yeah,
we ain't gonna talk about that though.
Yeah,
we gonna talk about that though. He been Lagone. That's what Skip Bader call him Lagone. But yeah, so man, we'll go backstage. But listen, guys, thank you guys for being here again. I appreciate everybody. The Blooming Ebony, I'm so happy. Hey, that's my girl. Hey, listen, guys, this girl right here, amazing. If you don't know who Blooming Ebony is, she's amazing. She's young, very thoughtful mind. Oh, Ken and Ann know what I'm talking about. Man, she's one of those young,
beautiful, feminine.
Yeah, beautiful, feminine, just not loud, not ratchet, just ain't married, single guys. Listen, look at it. Look. You see her picture. Natural hair. She ain't walking around here looking like a clown on steroids. She's just
What's up, BTB?
She's just doing the work. She's just doing the work. She's doing the work. But anyway, guys, no, for real. All jokes aside, man. Thank you, Blooming Ebony, for being here. Ace Butterfly, thank you. Papi, good to see you, my guy. All right, so we'll go backstage and have a conversation, guys. But until next time, we gonna be up out of here. Peace. Ladies and gentlemen, I also forgot to announce Canadian-born Nigerian will be stripping at the local mall in Brooklyn, New York. He will be stripping on May the 3rd at 9 p.m. He's going to be stripping at the local mall in Brooklyn, New York. Ladies and gentlemen, almost Great Pill has joined the Stripper Coalition, and he as well will be stripping in Alabama at the local nursing home. He's going to be stripping at the Agape nursing home. He's going to be doing bar mitzvahs. Yes. So we want to give a shout out to him as well. Guys, we want to make sure that we know that the Lakers are in Cancun and have been there before the playoffs started. We can get to the end. We want to thank LeBron James for his contribution for nothing. Thank you, LeBron James. Shout out to Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett has retired from stripping, but he does own a stripping joint. It's called Bennett to Get It. Bennett to Get It. And so we're going to give a shout out to Mr. Bennett and Bennett to Get It. Guys, also, if you're looking for step stools, Mandrell has made his own